Hello. Okay, I think we're good. I'm live. I see the chatters. I feel like my audio is coming through. Hey everybody, it's Saturday, last day of the week for me anyway. I feel like it's been a pretty good week too. 3 videos up so far. This is the 3rd stream. Good topics all around. Today's topic is weird. I'm just letting you know early on. This is literally like the logical extreme of this boy mom conversation that just pops up every so often online. The person we're talking about, Jenny Mullen, who I feel like probably most of you would be unaware of unless you heard this recent thing, is just such a weirdo. Basically, that's all I've got. But I just feel like there's a lot to unpack there. If you're new to the stream, hi and welcome. This is your first time joining. Let me tell you how it's going to go. The first 30 minutes or so is exactly what you're getting now, which is literally just a yap session. But then around the 30-minute mark, that's when we start getting into today's topic, which in this case would be Jenny Mullen, a brief who the heck is she, and this weird thing going on with the pictures of her and her kid and the weird Substack posts. And why are you framing your relationship with your child as if y'all are dating? It's incredibly weird, while simultaneously screaming that everybody else is weird for finding it weird. It's a no from me. So yeah, I've got that for you. This happened a couple weeks ago. But the thing is, she literally keeps like doubling down and joking about it and stuff. And I'm just like, dog, this is a mess, man. No. Someone said, I can't wait to hear about someone who that shouldn't be around her own sons. Yeah, unfortunately, there are 2 of them in this case, 2 sons. But yeah, no, dude, y'all being weirdos. Just be so weird. I also, later on in the video or towards the end, I'm going to take this opportunity to distinguish between like actual like normal human boy moms and the kinds that we're talking about here, because I feel kind of bad. I know that there's some people in my real actual life who will refer to themselves as boy moms, but they're not being weird. It's just a phrase for a mother who only has sons or whatever, but like you get this weird internet version of it, and that is the core issue. It's mess. Someone said, I'm sad to say I know what you're talking about. I'm sad that you know what I'm talking about too. But that's okay. I'm gonna get out there and we will move on, bro. Someone said, imagine growing up and finding these kinds of posts about yourself made by your mom. I don't want to imagine, but yeah, no, like I should save most of this discourse for when we actually get into it, but I genuinely wish people thought a little bit more about that perspective when they're like sharing all this wild stuff about their kids. I feel the same way about Dax Shepard. Remember him? I made a video about him literally forever ago. Well, actually it was just a few months, where he was just saying all this weird, wild, private stuff about like his daughters, and I'm just like, I mean, this seems cute now, but wouldn't you want some form of control over how you were perceived? I also just feel like there's such a big difference between telling like your adult friends this silly or stupid or weird thing that your child has done versus going on podcast appearances and airing out all of your kids' behavior and stuff. It's so weird to me. Someone said, I don't know who this is for right now. Don't worry. You know me. I'm always going to give you the rundown on who I'm talking about. Bah. Someone said, good morning, D'Angelo. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling well, actually. I guess a little like I'm happy that it's the end of the week because I did feel like I hit everything pretty hard this week, but I'm glad. Everything's turning out really well. I can't really complain. And yeah. Someone said, I wish I knew less about Dax Shepard. I would have to agree with you. And yeah, no, mess. Reading chat. Some of the family vloggers are not seeing heaven. Oh God, that's a whole nother level. And you're correct. Anyways, I'm going to put all of that in a box and save it for about 21 minutes out from here. And then we can get into it. Someone said this week was hell. I feel like this week has been hell in multiple different ways. I mean, just a lot of weird things happen like every week, but then also the literal temperature, the heat waves that are happening literally all across the world right now are just terrible. Have like really crossed the line too for a lot of people, like into actually being unsafe. Unfortunately, people like dying, not specifically from the heat, but just due to other causes and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't know what's happening, but I hope it stops. It's really, really, really terrible. Very, very, very bad. Someone says, greetings from Europe. We are burning. Yeah, I just can't believe it's still happening. I mean, I don't know anything about like meteorology, so I don't know why I thought it would just come and go, but things are just, they're getting worse. Someone said it's D'Angelo's birthday. It's definitely not my birthday yet. It will be at some point, August 29th of this year, last time I checked. Someone said I'm in Texas, work sucked, and something blew in that's making everyone feel yucky. See, that's multiple reasons why this week would be hellish. But that is what next week is for, the get back. Or next week could suck too, but we will do our best regardless, is how I feel. For real. Someone said this heat wave is making me physically ill. Yeah, no, it's bad. Someone said I'm ready for my short week next week for US Independence Day. Not that I'm particularly celebrating, just being off work. It is completely fine to be happy about being off work. I am not a big July 4th person either, but like screw the holiday, but time off work and barbecue, let's go. That's how I feel. My God. So it didn't go over 30 degrees Celsius today. Yay. Or woo. Yeah, no, I guess that's an improvement. It's not as hot as it has been in some places. Somebody said their birthday is Tuesday. Please be streaming. We'll see. I have been pretty on track ever since I came back, but I don't know. You never know. Maybe something magical, mysterious will come up and it'll just go to hell. I hope it doesn't though. I really, really do. Someone said my job gave me a whole week off for the 4th. Yo, that's wild, but that's awesome though. A whole week off is just like a blessing. If you can secure one of them, oh, they're so good. They're so good. Someone said my coworker is obsessed with the 4th. It's gross. Yeah, I won't lie. Like the patriotism of it all, I can't help but feel quite off-putting. I just tell myself I can't blame people for being a product of the environment that they're in, but I'm like, dog, I need you to explain to me quickly what you're celebrating, like in detail. But that's okay. I can't fix America by complaining about the people around me, or maybe I can. I don't know. I don't say anything, but I get icked out when people start going crazy with the flags, and I'm just like, I suppose. I suppose, dog. Reading chat. Someone said, I'm deep cleaning my bathroom. Thank you for the body doubling magic. Deep cleaning just hits different when you're done with it. I never feel as accomplished as I do after I finish deep cleaning something, and I'm just like, chef's kiss. I am free. I feel like this makes no sense, but in my mind, I feel like low-key bad energy and like micro trauma kind of lives in the dirt. I know that sounds stupid or woo-woo, but I don't care. I'm being so for it right now. And when I actually have an opportunity to get in and clean something all the way, my room, the baseboards, the areas that get overlooked, I literally feel lighter in my soul. I don't know why, but I can't help it. I can't. So maybe I'm just gonna like deep clean over the weekend or something, because I'm not gonna lie, a little overdue for that. Someone said I'm on a beach walk. Well, that just sounds lovely. Okay, I'm not gonna be jealous, but like maybe a little. That sounds wonderful. I'm drawing Hatsune Miku. Yo, Hatsune Miku is lit. One of my favorite celebrities. I mean, cool kid. Can't really get into any controversies because she doesn't exist. Hatsune Miku forever. I mean, you will still find people involved with Miku as a Vocaloid getting into controversies, but that's not her fault. Hatsune Miku can do no wrong, and she's okay to stan, in my opinion. I wish all celebrities were virtual, low key. Then I could actually enjoy everything as much as I try to. Someone said you watched Love Island. Ugh, I'm still keeping it in my heart, but I saw another racist got dropped. There's an article about it today. Alana, whatever her name is, scrubbed from Love Island after whatever. And I'm just like, a tale as old as time. But yes, I'm caught up. I'm just keeping my mouth shut so I don't piss people off. Oh my god. Sometimes I just put the stream on as background noise to clean. Let's go. I hope by the end of the stream, the world is at least like 1% cleaner. Or your homes, not the world. I feel like the world is fine. Well, no, it's not. We need to clean that too. You know, a lot of oil, a lot of litter, but alas. Reading chat. Someone said, why are there so many racists? It's so crazy. Dude, I swear to God, it's something about the kind of person that wants to be on reality TV. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. There's something, not all of them, because there's some sweet people there, but something about your average person who wants to be on reality TV, something can be off there. That's all I know. Actually, I don't know that. I'm just drawing a conclusion from limited evidence. My God. Someone said, I'm currently crocheting a neon rainbow cloak. Okay. Also, first time catching live. Well, hey, I'm glad you're here, and that sounds super dope. I still need to learn how to crochet. It's like, I feel like on the surface, it's not immediately a high barrier to entry, right? Like me learning to do a granny square is something that I absolutely could do. But then I feel like crochet has a really deep level of understanding that you could get to it, where there are some things that people do and I'm just like, I do not understand. And I don't even feel like I would ever be capable of producing anything like that. So maybe I could become a mediocre crocheter like I am with pretty much all of my hobbies. Mediocre runner, mediocre this, mediocre that. No, I take that back. I'm actually really good at some of my hobbies, a few of them, but not all of them, because I try to do everything. Jack of all trades, master of none, for real. Someone said, unfortunately, there's always going to be a lot of racists because it's America. Well, yes, that's true. Very true. And also, though, like, high key, the UK version currently on also has, allegedly, someone who was dropped for the same reason. But then again, it's like, not like the UK is a paragon of tolerance. So, oh my god. Someone said, tell us your hobbies. Oh, I feel like if you catch enough streams, you probably know all of my hobbies at this point. JRPGs, music production, running, illustration, tattoo design and collection. I don't give tattoos though. I'm not going to do that. What else? I mean, that was a lot right there. Oh, reading. Oh, I just finished a novel, actually. I'll tell you about it in a second. And then I personally consider, like, media is always a hobby. So whether that's me watching TV or trying to catch movies, I still want to go watch Supergirl, because I think that's out now. Maybe I'll watch that over the weekend and tell y'all what I think about it on Tuesday. That could be really fun. But yeah, let me tell you about this book I just finished, though. Trying to pull up my story graph. If I could type, this would help. Okay, yeah, cool. Whatever. Win. W. So it was The Spear Cuts Through Water by Simon Jimenez, which, as you see, I literally just finished. I think on Thursday. But yeah, it was lit. It was lit. Usually I have a lot of like criticism for any book that I read because I'm just picky, and I feel like if you're asking me to invest hours and hours of my life to consume hundreds of pages of content. You can't be mad if I nitpick and get pissed off at random things, but I won't lie, this book was actually really fire. I just enjoyed it the whole way through. Like, perfect novel? No. Maybe there were some structural things about it that I didn't connect with the hardest, or some sections that were not as interesting as others, but I did find it a pretty compelling tell. It's a pretty grody book though. It's gnarly. I wouldn't recommend it to everybody, but if you're into fantasy stories involving like grim conditions for everybody involved, and deeply strange and off-putting magic, and the only like love that can live in this world persists in spite of the brutality, this one was pretty good. I liked it. Shout out to Spear Cuts Through Water. Someone said, do you run in groups? The sad thing is I used to run in groups more, but now I don't, because 2 of the groups I used to run in overlap with my streaming days. And it's like, why? I literally thought I had my life all figured out. But yeah, I was with a group on Thursday. Or no, sorry, I was with a group on Tuesday, and I can't really do that unless, like, the thought of getting up super early to run with a bunch of people and then coming here, finalizing my stream, and then streaming for 4 hours and then going on the rest of my day just sounds like too much for me. So that's not going to work. And then one of my other groups we met on Saturday, which is today. So yeah, I've literally felt like, let me see if I can find it. I always use this meme, honestly. Someone's always scheduling conflicts. Never not scheduling conflicts over here. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, it's this one right here. This has quite literally been me at the multiple run clubs that sadly I have fallen out of, but that's okay. I run by myself proudly. Someone said I'm going for 4 miles today. You're gonna kill it. Let's go. Proudly. I don't care. I mean, I care a little bit. You know, I think about this sometimes, but that's okay. We all have jobs, and sometimes our jobs overlap with other things that we also enjoy. And you know, to be fair, I would rather be streaming than doing any other job, so I'm still very lucky. Very lucky. Someone said meme of the day. I'll make this the meme of the day, even though I'm 100% positive I have used it before. But I don't care. We recur over here. Someone said, I'm a beta reader for my friend who's a published author. She's good. Oh, I bet if she's published. Well, I mean, okay, like, I'm glad your friend is good, but then again, I have read some published work, and I'm like, wow, that's wild. But you know what? I rock with anybody who has the actual wherewithal to, like, complete a novel, because that is genuinely such a daunting task. And I know I tried multiple times to write a book, because who doesn't want to have published a book? But then I realized that there's such a big difference between having written a book and writing a book. And I wanted the second thing, or I wanted the first thing, which was to have written a book. But the actual soul destroying nature of the writing, I just wasn't built for. Even though I will say, I did 60,000 words on one manuscript and then failed. And then I did 71,000 words on a different manuscript, and I failed that one too. So it wasn't for lack of trying. And I wasn't one of those people who's just like, oh yeah, I'm going to tell you about like my idea. I was literally writing the book. I was like, okay, chapter 23. But yeah, after I finished, I realized that this like manuscript wasn't a book though. It was just a bunch of words, and the amount of work that it would take to beat that into something that resembled coherence. I don't know. If somebody can do that, that's amazing, but it's not me. Someone said it was a fiction. Yeah, nonfic. I don't know enough about any singular thing to write nonfiction. I mean, maybe. Actually, I guess I could write nonfiction about like social media, but isn't that kind of like pretentious as hell? A new book from influencer D'Angelo about how to influence people online. No. I mean, I know a lot about commentary, but nobody wants books about that. So yeah, I was like, fiction is so lit. I read so many books. I just want to write one because that's going to be so fun. but I died instead every single day. But that's okay. That's okay. Someone said I can write nonfiction. Some of us would be more suited for that than others. Someone said I can't even finish the fanfic I'm writing, bro. I swear to God, because it's literally like pulling teeth. I was literally at one point writing 1,000 words every single day. 1,000 words a day, whether I wanted to or not. And that is why I got the bulk of that manuscript written. But at the end of the day, it just was that wasn't even probably half of the work. It just scared me so much, man. It scared me. Someone said making an autobiography with a weird name. I don't know what I would call my autobiography, honestly. And that's funny because that's something I feel like when I was a kid, I did know what I was going to call my autobiography. I've always been one of those people who like proudly knew he was going to be known for something. It's funny because like as a YouTube commentary creator, I'm not. I've never really done anything notable, but at the same time, it is a little interesting, and I don't think the average person has done the Time Magazine interview, Rolling Stone interviewing me, Business Insider asking me questions, NBC, even though I really don't rock with NBC, quoting my videos as a source. You know, all of these things have happened. Cosmo, Vulture, you know, to brag, I have come a little bit further than complete unknown. And ever since I was a kid, I knew I was going to do it. So what I would do, I thought it was going to be like an actor though. So what I would do is like practice my Oscar acceptance speeches. Obviously I was like going to thank my mom, obviously. And I was going to thank God because I was indoctrinated at that time. It was really great. And then I was like, wait, I'm not going to be an actor. I'm going to be a singer. So then I started practicing my Grammy acceptance speeches. But then I realized, oh, you can't sing, so why would you win a Grammy? Even though there are so many ways of winning a Grammy without singing. And you know what? You know freaking what? Out of the 4 major like American awards, the EGOT, the Emmy, the Oscar, the Grammy, and the Tony, I bet you I could win a freaking Grammy. I could win it for something. I'm not going to be getting an Emmy anytime soon because I can't act my way out of a paper bag. I'm not going to be getting a Tony because it's crazy. For someone as dramatic as me, I have no theater experience. I'm obviously not going to be getting whatever the other one was. Oh, an Oscar. You can put me in a movie as a background guy, I guess. Well, who will I be? A bald man with tattoos or whatever. But like, I bet I could secure a Grammy by producing the hell out of somebody's album. I bet I could do it. Or producing the hell out of a song. I put the finishing touches. Because that's the thing. If a song wins, everybody wins the Grammy, basically. And so I feel like it wouldn't be anything that anyone would realize I did, but I could sneak my way into there, probably. That's how I feel. But yeah, the other awards I will have to preemptively give up on. I'm sure I could take acting lessons, but to what end? What do you want me to do? You know, it's going to suck really bad. Someone said, isn't there a streamer award? Oh, yeah, I guess I've been nominated for a Streamy before, like years and years ago, but then I didn't win it. So I forgot that happened. But yeah, I guess you could nominate me for social media awards, but I don't need those. They need me. No, I'm just kidding. Well, am I? Someone said I would despise being any level of famous. I enjoy my piece too much. Really, you just got to be like Carly Rae Jepsen. She's on my mind because she just came back with a new track, which is actually pretty bonkers. But like, you know that song, Call Me Maybe? Obviously, nobody doesn't know that song. Or like she also had that one that I feel like people forget about. I really, 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 really like you. Da, 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 da. She, to the average person, disappeared after the release of basically Call Me Maybe. I feel like probably most people think that Carly Rae Jepsen never did anything else ever again. but she has actually steadily been releasing a stream of like critically acclaimed albums. They don't perform crazy to the point where it's like gonna dethrone the top 10 or whatever, but they perform well enough for her to keep making them. And it's really good music. I feel like she kind of left the charts behind and more so just focuses on like the sound of it all. And like that is low key the exact right amount of fame, in my opinion, where maybe you did one thing that people know, and so those royalties are sustaining you, but then you can step back and let your image persist while you focus on the actual nitty gritty. That is the dream. So, like, maybe someday, and I know this just sounds so big headed, but I'm going to say it anyway. Maybe I'll have my Call Me Maybe. Maybe I will have my Abbott Elementary. I mean, it would help if I was half as talented as Quinta Brunson, but we will practice. You don't get there without trying. Maybe I will do something that is actually kind of crazy. But after that, I'm going to run away immediately. And I'm going to purposely try to follow it up with a bunch of things that are not nearly as known. And I will just cater to my core fan base and hope that that sustains me for the rest of my life. So you can proudly be one of my 12 fans when everybody else only knows me for one thing. That's truly my goal. That's it. Nothing more. Someone said be bald but wear clip-on bangs. I will look good with a Bae Yang, I swear. Actually, I was thinking I need to like find a wig or something and then just show up one of these days just with a wig and not explain it and ignore all of the comments about it and just do a full video because I would look good. I'm trying to like I would look good though. You know what I mean? I might start a little like simple, start with something black or whatever, but then work my way up into increasingly out there looks. Anyways, we are at minute 30 and I'm over here ranting about wigs. So that is proof it's time to get into today's topic. Let me go ahead and pull up my second monitor. I always want to say the phrase, I'm excited about today's topic, but you know what I mean by that. You know that the topic itself is actually pretty awful usually, but hey, I don't mind talking about it. Okay, second monitor is up. We're going to pull up my OneDrive so I can get to my outline. Someone said like Daniel Radcliffe. Exactly. Do you wear wigs? Will you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? Oh, that's one of the greatest videos on the internet. All right. Yeah, I think we're good. Why are we good? Okay. I'm going to hit start recording. Everybody say hi. Say hi to YouTube because you're going to be in my video. I'm recording right now. And you can put like, it's still June. All June long, we're doing the rainbow highs. Put your rainbow emojis, put your pride flag emojis, whatever you want. I mean, you can also do those outside of June. We ain't finna ban you. But yeah, say hi while I drink some water and then we'll get started. Okay. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it. The boy mom final boss is what many people online have dubbed Jenny Mollen, a writer, actor, serial podcast guest who has kind of set the internet ablaze with a series of increasingly disturbing interactions with her child, unfortunately. So I'm here to sort of dive into that, look into her explanations, or dare I say excuses for this, and why she thinks it's a good idea to keep doubling down on all of this. I realize right off the bat that the vast majority of people watching this have literally no idea who Jenny Mollen is. Don't worry, I've got you. She's the worst person ever, actually, as you're going to see. All right, we good. Thank you. I appreciated that. Someone said boy moms creep me out. Bro, it's beyond creepy. All right. Actually, I'm going to blow my nose really fast. I'll be right back. Okay, boo. It wasn't a booger. TMI. No, just kidding. This is life as someone in his late 20s approaching his 30. I thought I had like a booger in my nose. I was like, dude, what is that? It was a hair. I'm so tired of these nose hairs. I've talked about this before. This ain't never happened to me when I was a teenager. It ain't never happened to me when I was in my early 20s. But now that 30 is on the horizon and I'm approaching the right side of 30, people like to call 31 the wrong side of 30. No, baby, being in your 20s is just hell on earth. 31 is the right side of 30. But now that I'm approaching there, the hairs in my nose have started revolting, and it is quite revolting. So I had to go pluck that because I just thought I was about to sneeze the entire time. And someone said they only get longer. I'm so pissed off by my nose. Anyways, we're gonna hop right back into the topic. Right back into the topic. So this would be Jenny, and as you can see, blah blah blah. When I say serial podcast guest, I'm being for real, bro. All you got to do is just poke around. She cannot stop going on people's podcasts and oversharing about, I guess, literally any and everything. It's kind of her brand at this point. Or, I don't know. I don't want to reduce her to... You don't want to flatten people. She has other parts of her brand. For example, being a pro-Israel, pro-IDF Zionist. I'm literally talking about friends of the Israeli Defense Force showing up to fundraisers and speaking. Give me a second. I do feel as though I should back that up with a source. Okay, wait, hold on. As soon as I said that, give me a second, chat. You're no stranger at this point to technical difficulties, but I honestly don't even know what I did wrong. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Like, this isn't me just going off of vibes. It's literally Jenny Mullen appearing at FIDF fundraising event. Also part of like this Zioness group, which I didn't even notice until I saw a picture of her in an article about the weird things she did with her kid. Pulling that. It was a photo that they had used, but in the background, it said Zionist Action Fund, progressive, pro-Israel. And I was like, so I'm just mentioning all of that because even though it doesn't directly pertain to our story, I would like to paint a full picture of what we're dealing with here today. Moving on from that. So... her husband, or rather her ex-husband, was apparently the guy in American Pie, which, has anybody ever seen that? Wait, somebody asked about Zioness. Okay, bro, I didn't even want to get into it because I'm just like, what are we doing here? We're just suffering, I guess. But the Zioness movement apparently is a political organization that advocates for the inclusion of Zionists within the American progressive movement. So they're like, yeah, Black Lives Matter, trans rights are human rights, and Zionism. And I'm like, maybe not one of those things. But anyways, now you know, the more you know. Oh my God. All right, so trying to pull the family. Okay, here we go. Someone said, oh no. Yeah, I would have to say that's a pretty big oh no for me. So the divorce in this case, I usually don't get into this sort of relationship drama. It is kind of relevant because it's going to come back up later. Jason Biggs and wife Ginny Mullen split after 18 years of marriage, remain on, quote, great terms. A rep for the two tells people the pair are focused on co-parenting their two sons, who are currently 8 and 12. Just please keep that in mind. Any and everything you're going to hear this woman say about her kids, she is talking about a 12-year-old, if not an 8-year-old. So I'm already like wringing my hands out of distress. Okay, so I think we're good. So far, so good. Actor, podcast guest, divorce, etc. All right, I'm trying to make sure I'm not like missing anything because this is just a mess, dog. Anyways, I realize, unlike most of the people that I talk about who I have felt tangentially aware of, I quite literally have never heard of this person. I kept looking at like her various projects. I guess she wrote a book in like 2014 called I Like You Just the Way I Am. It doesn't really have the greatest reviews. This is a 1. This would be a 3, a 2, a 1. You're going to see things right here like she's kind of a horrible person. She's not as funny as she says she is. It was too neurotic for me. Throw in a healthy dose of selfishness bordering on narcissism, and I'm not interested. It appears to just be an essay collection about how bad of a person she is, but she's funny, so I guess that turned into a publishing deal, ? And apparently this was fully turned into a show at one point, but I swear to God there is no trace of this online. Let's see, trying to pull this right here. ABC acquires Ginny Mullen project way back in 2016. It says it's a single camera comedy chronicling the misadventures of a woman who, quote, fully indulges her inner crazy person, leads her life acting on impulse, and refuses to acknowledge boundaries in any form. And I promise you, this is all relevant information, as you're going to see. Pulling the ill-fated show. But yeah, I guess at one point this 4-episode series was available to watch on ABC and is now just vanished into the ether. So there you go. And then the only other thing I was able to find was like a follow-up book. Oh my God. Live Fast, Die Hot by Ginny Mullen. Similarly mixed reviews. And I guess apparently this one got to the point where Anne Hathaway had signed on for this. And if you're thinking, wow, I totally missed that Anne Hathaway movie. It just, I see I wrote down in my outline, even though this isn't very funny. Live Fast, Die Hot, never lived at all. Anne Hathaway starring an adaptation of Ginny Mullen's novel. This, I don't think is happening because this article was written just about 10 years ago. So, I guess Ginny Mullen kept almost happening, but never did. And maybe that was for the best. But despite all of this, like some sort of dark entity, she has been trying to burst onto all of our public consciousness by appearing in a series of these weird oversharing related controversies. For example, the airplane lice incident. I, again, missed this one. 2024, Ginny Mullen called disgusting after boarding a flight while she had a head lice infestation, which, even as somebody without hair, my eyes just cannot be any whiter right now. I will say, according to her, she didn't know that this was happening. She actually thought her head was itchy for a different reason. I guess that just doesn't change the fact that, like, sharing all of this is odd. Let's see. I don't know if I can adjust the volume on here. Oh, whoa! Verify you are a human. Why do I gotta complete a CAPTCHA just to get rid of an? Wait, did you see that? I got rid of it. Hold on. They made me complete a CAPTCHA to get rid of a full screen pop-up. And I switched off screen because I didn't know what it was, and I got rid of it off screen. But is that not terrible web design? I was trying to watch a video, it gets blocked, and then I tried to X out of it, and they're like, you have to complete this captcha first before you can go back to the page you were already on. Dog, I literally, modern web designers, y'all are going to pay. You have to understand, you will pay. I can't say how. I don't know how, but there has to be repercussions for this. I'm so mad. Anyways, sorry. I'm like wearing headphones weird. Okay. No, wait. I think I should be wearing it like this. Sorry. I'm trying not to like put my headphones on my freshly done tattoo, which I keep forgetting which side of my head it's on. It's this one. Okay, great. Whatever. Let me go back over here. The last thing I need is like, oh, why is it acting up? Because I was wearing headphones for 4 hours on the live stream because I forgot it was there. Probably boosted a little bit.
Guys, I'm on a plane with Caroline, and she just looked at my head. And remember when I told you last week that I said that my head was itching and I thought I was having like perimenopause symptoms? Well, guess what? I have fucking lice.
I pressed the void button. Wrong button. Bro, it's nasty. It's nasty. I'm sorry. Just, you don't have to share it. That's all I'm saying. And, dear God, but that little plastic bag is not going to do nothing for a lice infestation when your hair is still outside of it. But anyways, moving on from that. While I was looking into all of this against my will, somebody was like... trying to pull the thing I'm looking for. That's gross. Who the hell is Jenny Mullen? Never mind. I don't care. And somebody said, I didn't know who she was until it was in the news a couple years ago about her dropping their baby on his head, causing him to go to the ICU. And I was like, what? First of all, a lot of feelings about that. I guess most of them just being, what? God, sorry, that one literally stunned me. I don't often get stunned while I'm like doing any of this research because nothing is surprising. I guess just I started in one space, which is like the weird kid stuff, and then we get into the Zionism of it all, and then it's like you have a head lice controversy that everyone forgot about, and then they're bringing up you dropped your baby controversy, and something about her is just kind of unhinged, and I'm trying to temper this so I can talk about this rationally. Blah blah blah, pulling that right now. Which, yes, did happen. Actress says she accidentally dropped her son on his head, sending him to the ICU, which, instead of getting into discourse about this, I bring this all up to say, one of these days, something was bound to go properly viral because she just seems determined that anytime anything happens ever, we all had to find out about it. All right, I've got it. So, this is a part where I would like to give a trigger warning for something. I don't know what. Creepy parenting. I just want you to know that this weird sort of emotionally incestuous vibe has unfortunately been going on with her and her kids for a while. I'm specifically referring to this Facebook post. Let's see. Trying to open image in new tab. She posts her kids online all the time. I guess at least has the decency to cover their faces. But what good is that when you're posting it with captions like edible complex, but make it fashion, which is just like, and if you don't know what that's referring to, it would obviously be like the myth of Oedipus, who against his will basically killed his father and then married his mother, which, like, why are we joking about this? Yeah. When the shameful truth was discovered, says Merriam-Webster, the mother committed suicide and Oedipus blinded himself and went into exile. We're getting into this weird Freudian territory of apparently Freud thinking that people wanted to do the same thing with their parents. And you're never, ever going to convince me that this is normal in any way, shape, or form to joke about. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with your kids. And so I bring this up to say this isn't just like a blip, I guess. This sadly was just the latest in an escalating line of her being really, really weird about her sons. So she published, actually, last month, this Substack article called Please Stay, I Want You, I Need You, Oh God, which is referencing a song lyric, but in this case, she's using it to talk about her 12-year-old. And oh my God, okay. Call me old-fashioned, but I only want my sons to marry women with dead mothers. It's my only shot at staying relevant, of seeming useful, and of winning by comparison. Having boys is a mind F. It builds you up only to tear you apart. This seems like a great time for me to interject and say, I am not a mother. I have one of them. Super stoked about that, grateful, but I'm not gonna pretend to know the intricacies at all of motherhood. I just think, and I'm veering into broken record territory, this is weird as hell. I'm not a stay-at-home mom. I have a job, a dog, and 12 to 15 things I'm considering buying off the real at all times. But none of that seems to matter because as a mother of sons, the red pill and the blue pill both lead to the same place: oblivion. Like, this starts to make sense in the beginning, yes. I used to find it insane that my mother-in-law fell apart when Jason, her ex-husband, told her we were getting married. Now I understand it had nothing to do with my cat allergy or whether or not I touched her lasagna. I was eating her son straight out of the fridge without even asking for a plate. Not long ago, read last week, I couldn't even go to the bathroom without my kids following. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I was so bad about that as a kid that my mom literally had to ban us from the bathroom. I remember it clear as day. She was like, if I go towards the bathroom, do not follow me there. I'm not going over here because I want to continue having a conversation with you. And I was just like, but you're my mom and you're physically like present. You exist. So clearly it must be within the context of me. So like, I kind of understand what she's talking about there, but oh my God, she's about to make it so weird. They still need me to fall asleep, go to school, interpret the world, cut it up into small digestible bites and spoon feed it to them before 7:15 a.m. each morning. We have a shorthand. Someone said my mom too. Listen, some of our moms had to ban us, but at least mine drew a boundary that was comfortable for her. Someone says I did that too. Yeah. We have a shorthand, a longhand, and a second language that my husband luckily doesn't understand. Okay. But these baby remoras, these emotional vampires, the most emotionally high maintenance men I've ever dated, are growing up, and eventually I will lose them. And this is the part where we all start screaming. For as much as there is to be said about, hey, it's great actually that people can speak up about their lived experiences. Hey, raising kids ain't easy, and sometimes I do feel like I've completely given my life over to this person. If it is manifesting as you using the same language about you marrying your husband and you dating your children, you need to reel it in. This is actually so disturbing. Lord, okay. When I was young, I was every mother's nightmare. I dismantled boys by accident. I destroyed their lives, wrote about it extensively, and then got personally offended when they no longer wanted to be my friend. I said I love you when I didn't mean it. I sometimes kiss people just to make them go away. I've never been broken up with. I've never been into someone who wasn't just slightly more into me. But now, karma is going to make me pay in spades. By the way, if you're like listening to me read this and you think to yourself, D'Angelo, this is satire, and you're falling for it, it's really not. I thought the same thing. I was like, this is parody about a certain kind of person, but it's not. Most likely in the form of some crazy bee who is going to weaponize my flaws in therapy and melt all my jewelry. Her mom will be the one to watch the grandkids and join them for family vacations. I'll be the lonely old woman wandering the Grove on Fairfax, waiting for my 5 p.m. table for one at the effing Marmalade Cafe. Or maybe have a life outside of your kids once they're grown. What? Several months ago, my eldest, who is 12, was texting with a girl. She was 12, but I could already tell my brand of toxic. I'm trying to read this more than one sentence at a time. I'm literally trying to read this more than one sentence at a time. You're talking about a 12-year-old girl. I mean, even just the phrase, yeah, a few months ago, my eldest was texting this girl. Like, I could tell she was toxic. But you're talking about a child. You're 47. What are we doing here? She was bossing him around and using big words, and he was utterly spun. I complained to Jason that I wanted to intervene before he got hurt, and that she wasn't even hotter than me. But Jason insisted I let him make his own mistakes, and objectively, he's right. But as a mother, you want to shield and protect and fiercely defend the thing. Okay, no, I tried to move past the part where she said this 12-year-old girl wasn't even hotter than her. Obviously, this is like intended to be a joke, but like, I don't think that makes it even 1% less disturbing than it is, dude. This is so bizarre. Bizarre is not a strong enough word. It really is not. As a mother, you want, okay, blah, 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 blah. There's so much anticipatory grief wrapped into motherhood. It will trigger even the most well-adjusted of women. But the abandonment we eventually endure as boy moms, is uniquely cruel because it begins as worship. They arrive obsessed, dependent, adoring. They think we're magic. We think we're magic. We spend years being the center of their emotional world only to slowly watch them build one without us. If we do our job correctly, they leave. That's the sort of evolution of all things. And maybe that's the harder pill to swallow. Maybe the tragedy of sons is also the gift. The temporary delusion that you can be all things to another person. That there's still no competition for their love, no caveats to their devotion. Today, there's still little. Like, at least you recognize that. They still crawl into my sweaters and into my sheets. They still need me to open milk cartons and operate on invisible injuries. I'm still in it, but also somehow outside of it, fully aware I'm living through the longest goodbye of my life. I pray at least that one of them is gay. Oh, that's not okay. Oh, okay. The funniest thing about that is that that's actually homophobic, because without realizing, you are literally indicating that were one of your sons to be in a relationship with the man of his dreams, this actually wouldn't be as valid as if it was with a woman. But that's okay. That's not really necessary for me to point out. I just can't help myself. It's June. I'm here to be annoying. Brother, sister, my brethren in Christ. No, Christ has left the chat, honestly. I don't know what any of this was or why she felt the need to publish it, but that happened first. Someone said this is why people need to say less. This is why some people need to say less. Yeah, I'm living for like this radically open and honest internet that we operate on, but as people say, did the journal factory explode? Must this be a Substack post? Did this not sound like something that maybe you could have worked out in therapy? I don't know. Regardless, why is it now my problem? Let's see, pulling this. But then I guess you're going to notice that she has a really, really bad habit of like doubling down on things whenever she's going to have any sort of negative feedback or attention. She followed it up with this pair of photos of her and her kid, and the caption, sorry, I can't. So it's her and her 12-year-old, captioned, "Your eldest son will be the most toxic man you ever date." And oh my god, okay, so like, let's address the obvious. Like, hugging your kids isn't weird in the slightest. I don't even really think posting pictures of you doing so is that strange, I guess. No, it kind of is. I don't know why I'm trying to be nice, but posting these specific images of you literally between your kids' legs in bed talking about dating toxic men is almost objectively horrifying, right? I just can't imagine a weirder way of possibly going about this. And there it was. Finally, after years and years of the head lice, the exposing every intimate detail about my family, this was what it took for Jenny Mullen to wind up in headlines, because everybody who saw this had very strong opinions about it. And count me in, coach. Someone said maybe we don't need the internet anymore. I would have to agree. Forgive me for just like kind of, I'm gonna slide this on over here. Yeah, that's fine. Anyways, the captions were already not rocking with it. obviously. Someone said the kid is so cooked. Dude, the kid is beyond cooked. Like, it's not even just like sorry, I'm literally, it feels weird to talk about a hypothetical child on the internet who is in this case a real child, but I'm just saying this level of emotional, I don't know what to refer to this as, it's gonna do a number on you, and involving the general public in this as well, I think is another element of why this is detrimental, why this is obviously harmful. But anyways, thankfully, people in the comments felt similarly. Hugging your kids, healthy and encouraged. Calling your child your boyfriend and posting photos of you lying between their legs on a bed, not healthy or encouraged. Your child is not your boyfriend. A boyfriend is a romantic partner. Yeah. My son is almost 12 and is very attached and snuggly, but girl, this is weird. This will be on the internet forever. Think about how your son will feel about this in a few years. Parents like this never think about this. I don't know. I think on some level, almost every parent, like, how to word this, there's a fine line to like embarrassing your kids. I don't have kids, but I will speak about my own siblings. I'm not gonna lie, like, not talking about warped, twisted stuff like this, every now and then it is funny to just embarrass them a little bit. But it's always things that could be immediately recovered from, and that they ultimately have the ability to retract. If they were like, hey, actually, don't bring this thing up because I hate it, I would not do that. I would not take something private and spread it to the entire internet without their consent. So I just feel like there's a level between being weird about your kids, which every parent is, I'm not going to lie. And this, which I would never expect out of anybody, dude. This is a level beyond the beyond. I have 5 boys aged 11 to 2. We cuddle, we snuggle, and wrestle. They love to cuddle mom. Do we lay like this? Hell no. Do I make references to dating them? Absolutely not. What the F even is that? This is why people say boy moms are weird. Yeah, it's just a no to all of that. Anyways, pretty much the rest of the comments were all the same story, obviously, because this is disturbing. Oh my god, this is so weird. Someone said, yes, it's abuse. It's called spouseification. Yeah, no, like, I hate how publicly this is happening. I do. I guess it's raising. Nah, I don't. I wish this hadn't happened at all. As much as I want to say, well, at least there's discourse now about how this kind of thing happens, I would have just rather the kid was left alone and we never had this conversation in the first place. Truly. Someone said there's being weird with your kids and there's being weird with your kids. Exactly. My parents are weird as hell, and I am grateful to them for that. But oh my god, they never made me feel like this. What the woof. Anyways, yeah, so moving on from the picture, I feel like, and this is just me kind of like projecting here a little bit, but I feel like she kind of reacted by freaking out a little bit because she deleted her Facebook. This was also posted there right after the backlash was pouring in. You can see right now, if you try to look up her Facebook and go there, oh, there's nothing to be seen. But then I don't know what emboldened her, or she just kind of sat with her feelings and was like, no, actually, I was right. So she started defending this like crazy. Someone said, imagine how bad it could potentially be behind closed doors, and this is just what she thinks is able to be shared online. I'm literally trying not to think about that. You are absolutely correct, but I literally just can't. Pulling the IG stories response. Yeah, okay, cool. So as per Entertainment Weekly, while people were going crazy on Instagram, as they should, in my opinion, hold on, let me Control F stories. Oh yeah, okay. She tried to blame her divorce on that is the reason that people are attacking me online, which, okay, it is actually a very real thing, obviously, for divorce to be detrimental, and you as a woman going through it, getting unfairly targeted, criticized, perceived. I certainly wasn't using any of that as a reason to call this weird. It was just weird. But nah, she said, it's like because I'm getting separated, because I'm not protected by the institution of marriage, I'm suddenly a different kind of target in what I'm posting. Like, this is absolutely jaw-dropping. A photo of me hugging my 12-year-old child is getting ridiculed. She's shared on Instagram stories. Her sister-in-law supported Mullen in her Instagram stories and defended her as a mother simply hugging her son. As a teacher, I can tell you this, it's totally normal, she said, of showing affection to your little ones. And if your child isn't doing that, then I'm sorry they're not able to show affection. Oh, okay. Wow. Well, if you were a parent and you got icked out by these photos that I've just shown you and started thinking about your own kids and how you would never do that, I guess apparently it's just your kids are not as affectionate as hers. So really, who's winning now, I guess. And any parent knows that what you see in that photo is not going to last long because my nephew is not going to be doing that much longer. Why would I not milk it? Mullen added. Oh my God, that is just so weird, dude. That is just so weird. I'm thinking about so many things. I'm just thinking about so many things. Like, when I was a kid, I'm going to talk about my mom. When I was a kid, my mom obviously liked that period of time where I was affectionate physically and just thought she was the greatest person in the world. And I got a little older and I became a complete idiot and I stopped thinking that. But thankfully, I found sense again, right? I totally remember a period in my life where my mom would have to tell me like, hey, good night kiss, where is it? And I'd be like, fine, and kiss her on the cheek or whatever. I don't know why. Yeah, every kid, or I don't know, as a little boy, I definitely went through my phase of like pulling back or whatever, and it did make my mom sad in some way. However, because she is a healthy adult, she never ever actually literally like romanticized the fact that I was showing her physical affection in the first place. She didn't make it weird. Again, thanks, Mom. Super stoked. I feel so healthy right now. Thinking back about my own childhood. So like, I keep understanding the outsides of the argument that she and her defenders are putting up. Hey, raising kids is hard and it's an intense relationship that is difficult to parse from the outside. Yeah, that's true. Hey, kids being affectionate is a really special thing. You got to hold on to it while they're still there. Yeah, that's true. Again, though, ain't nobody finna refer to me as boyfriend. Nah, man. No. Someone said, do you think she had a whole photo shoot for those photos? Like that poor kid may have had to retake them multiple times. I'm not going to bring the photos back up because I'm literally tired of seeing them. But I did question, like, how are these photos even taken? Did you like set your phone up? Did you ask the other kid to take them? Dude, I hate the existence of the photos in the first place, honestly. Someone said, I hate this timeline for real. Yeah, no. Absolutely same. But yeah, I'm qualifying all of this because I just really hope this video isn't coming across as me, some guy, being like, I disapprove of the way this woman is raising her children. I do. But it's not because I think I have the right to do that implicitly. It's just, this is pretty bad news, guys. Moving on from that to the Substack response. Yeah. So I guess, what a way with words, this month, she thought, you know what? The best way to get ahead of this is for me to write another Substack article, because the last one was so well received. The love that breaks us. What strangers saw as scandal, I saw as grief, says Jenny Mullen. Okay, great. Let's get into it. I'm going to pull this over here. Last week, the internet called me a child molester for posting a photo of myself holding my son. It's like you fed this controversy into ChatGPT and was like, what is the most obtuse, like thick-headed summary of what happened? And ChatGPT was like, I got you. Everyone hates you because you hugged a child. The picture was taken on a Monday night after he returned from a weekend away. There's something devastating about realizing your children can survive without you, that they can be content. Content? Oh, it says content. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Chat, it's over for me. It's done. I read the word content, which obviously says content and could not mean anything else as content, because I'm so online. I filter everything in my life through the lens of my job, which is YouTube. And I forgot that that word has multiple applications. Okay, we're going to try this again. Someone say YouTuber brain moment. I'm not proud of that one. I'm not proud of that one. Someone said I read that as content too. Thank God. So it wasn't just me in this moment. There's something devastating about realizing your children can survive without you, that they can be content somewhere else, happy even, and that the security you once felt in being their entire world was never meant to last. My son is 12 years old, the same age I was when my mother told me she didn't know how to be a mom anymore. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision, but children don't experience decisions. They experience absence. Again, this is giving like therapy. I'd see her every month or two flying from Phoenix back to San Diego as an unaccompanied minor with a luggage tag hanging from my neck and a bag of honey roasted peanuts in my pocket. There were no emails back then, no FaceTimes, no texts. We spoke occasionally, but not about anything that mattered. Or maybe everything mattered at that age and I was just still too naive to see it. I was learning how to talk to boys, how to shave my legs, how to become a woman in a world that despises women without my mother there to guide me. I am literally waiting to see how any of this connects to or explains what was going on. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. PC. Okay, there we go. I never understood how she could tolerate it. How could she sleep through the night knowing I was in another state, in another house, with another woman who wasn't her? I don't think I've ever fully healed that wound, and I don't know that I ever will. How to word this. Not even just talking about Jenny Mullen here, but I would apply this wholesale to anybody who is interested in becoming a parent. I just hope to God, for your sake and your own kids' sake, you are very, very open to the idea of like deep work, deep introspection. I think if you're a parent, but you're not ready to do some really rough sessions in terms of unpacking your lived experience, you need to think twice, because when you don't and when you are not, it winds up like this, where you're doing all these weird things. You're acknowledging that it's literally stemming from your own trauma, but you just don't do it. You refuse to change or do things that are actually better for your child versus better for you. It pisses me off, man. When I became a mom, I wasn't prepared for how thoroughly a love like this would break me. How it would turn me inside out and make knots in my viscera. Motherhood isn't just devotion, it's vulnerability in a form so all-encompassing that it borders on masochism. It's handing your heart over to another human being whose entire job is to destroy it. Not because they're evil, but because they're supposed to. They can't stay, and we can't want them to. This is the part where I have to resist the urge to chime in. I'm not a mother, but that does sound a little sad. I just feel like I hear what she's saying, but like, bro, the point of your kids isn't to like personally destroy your life. I just feel like this is such, while sounding like a very like altruistic, philanthropic almost stance, it's very self-centered and strange. The point of you having a kid, hopefully, is to help the kid. I believed I could avoid the mistakes that shaped my childhood by building a life around choosing carefully enough, by loving carefully enough that I'd always be protected from loss. But life unfolds in ways we can't control, and sometimes the story that you think you're supposed to have isn't the story that will change you into the person you're supposed to become. I wish I could have saved my mother. I wish I could have given her the love she craves so that she could have given it to me. Children can feel like our one opportunity at redemption in this lifetime. I hate that. Dude, okay. Nah. I'm just gonna judge the hell out of parents. As a person without children, I'm sorry. I know parents can absolutely hate childless people offering their stance on common parenting things. But hands down, this is one of the worst things that parents will do, is literally view their child as like an opportunity to fix something about themselves. I'm going to get it right this time. I'm going to prove this. I'm going to do that. No. I just don't think that as your primary motivator is ever really going to work out well. I've never seen it happen, not even once. I just feel like maybe find a second reason, something, anything. God. Someone said, is raising her kids about the kids, or is it all about her? Yeah, no, I can't. Anyways, children can feel like our one opportunity at redemption this lifetime. They offer us the chance to become the very thing we need to save ourselves, instead of spending our lives waiting to be saved. Again, this is tricky, right? I've witnessed parents become even more amazing people, more selfless, braver, just harder workers, and very, I don't know, incredible, I guess. But like, A, you don't need a kid to experience that, to be quite honest. And B, that shouldn't be your primary motivator for having a kid. And granted, that's not exactly what she said here, but it's still weird, man. Redemption is not the same as relief. Someone in chat said, my mother's like this, it is hell. It's just not good, man. Loving a child is a vomit-inducing free fall, and I've spent the last 12 years writing about it. Not the highlight reel, not the version that comes on Christmas cards or frames before you own them. The version where I'm trapped in my son's bunk bed for 10 consecutive years. The version where he demands my undivided attention only to inform me that his childhood blanket is his favorite member of our family. The version where I'm on my hands and knees covered in someone else's blood and vomit, promising them that everything is going to be okay. The joke that offended people was, continue reading this post for free, courtesy of Jenny Mullen. I'm not going to do it. I think I've read enough. Forgive me for actually doing the cardinal sin of not reading the full article and just going off of the headline and the preview, but I don't think she had even a single good response to why she thought this was a good idea, or any good rebuttals to the multiple people saying, actually, this was a horrible idea. Jenny, what are we doing here? Oh my God, this is so weird. This is just so incredibly weird. I also feel like part of the reason this is so dangerous, since we're here and we're talking about kids and we're being weird, let me just be open and honest. I feel like every kid at one point has like a confused idea of the difference between romantic relationships and your other important relationships in your life, right? I'm sure at one point when I was a kid, like I'm literally talking about 4 or 5, I foolishly thought like, hey, people grow up and get married. My mom is a cool woman. Mom, let's get married someday. And then of course, that is the part where my mom swoops in and is like, actually, child, I love you a lot, but there are key differences between types of relationships. What we have is parental and has nothing and will never have anything to do with romance. And then I go on and I'm 4 and I'm like, okay, great. I love my mom in a different way. And I was good. No one ever messed me up. I feel like when you as a parent are playing into your child's confusion like this, that on some level has to be considered. Using the word abusive, I guess, is tricky because that's a really, really strong word. I'm just struggling to think of another better, lighter word to describe how weird this is. You feel me? Someone said as a kid I thought siblings married each other. Yeah, no, every kid spawns confused about what love is and how it can be so many different things at once, and it's literally your job as a parent to help them, not further confuse them. I hate this, man. Someone said there's been no boundaries set. Now you see earlier when it said her show was all about her being a woman with no concept of boundaries, and I was like, that's relevant info, I promise you. Someone says it is, though, covert abuse / enmeshment. Yeah, no, it's not what we typically think of as abusive, but like it's manipulative. It's not going to result in anything healthy. God, it's just bad. Someone said detrimental to their growth slash mentality. Anyways, getting off of this Substack article because I'm over it. If you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, there we have it. Person who delights in being unhinged got increasingly weird until the point where she pissed off everybody online by being weird about her kids and then tried to make excuses. No, there is, of course, the final stage in the story where she just started joking about it. She's now just not taking this seriously at all. So for one of her podcast appearances, I kid you not, this woman cannot stay off of a podcast, bro. She and the host posted these photos, I guess mocking the photos that she posted with her kid. At Jenny Mullen is back. We get into Photogate, motherhood, and this new era of her life. And I just... You're saying all this stuff about how deeply important and the backstory that nobody asked for. And yet you turn around and 4 days ago, you're over here joking about it with your friends on the podcast. This just comes across so weirdly. This commenter right here says, listen, I got sexualized and spoken about like this when I was a kid. It wasn't my mom, but other women in my life. It messed me up. Reading her article has had me spiraling for a couple days now. I suspect you'll react with dismissal. Being permissive about something so disturbing is exactly why the industry is as deep and disturbing as it is. I had women speak of me the way Ginny did when I was a kid. I'm 40 years old and it still deeply affects me. Reading her article. Oh, wait, this is, I think, the same one twice. Okay, my bad. I have no idea why sometimes people will like edit a comment, but it'll post it separately. Oh, you have Chelsea Handler here laughing about this, saying, that's our girl. That's great. I like this one right here. Real day one Ginny fans don't think twice about that photo. No. No. If you really are going to try to do the thing where you're like, I'm not in her target audience, which I will acknowledge, I will admit, and you think I'm just like bean souping my way into complaining about something that wasn't meant for me, brother, not today. Please no. Pulling up this podcast appearance. But yeah, I would say the podcast appearance pretty much just made things worse. Yeah, in my opinion. Gonna bump this volume up for you all. There's like one main part that I would like to show you from this, but in lieu of that, we'll just see how much of this we can even do.
Started. You posted a photo with your kid.
Yes.
You're hugging in the bed.
Yes.
Call it whatever you want. Hugging. Embracing. Toppling. Whatever the fuck.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Caption was your
eldest child will be the most toxic guy you ever date, which is true.
Okay, those were the exact words.
Yes.
So people don't then twist it or anything.
This is also why I can never be a podcast host, because I would have somebody on and then I'd be like, why did you post that? That was so weird. Did you think that was a good idea? Everybody online hates this thing that you did, and I agree with them. That's why I never have any guests on my stream. Anyways.
Which, if you have a son, you fucking know that.
And okay.
And I can explain what that means.
Did you notice from the beginning?
All right. Show of hands. Who here has a son? Are there any mothers currently with human children? I'm going to close the floor a little bit. I would like a show of hands if you have a son and don't agree with the statement that this individual will be the most toxic man that you never / ever date or whatever. Please raise your hand. I need a sanity check, or I think I'm going to actually like go into the sunken place right here live on youtube.com. I'm gonna drink some water. I'm seeing some hands. Thank the Lord. Someone said me. So, more hands. The mom's in the audience. I'm a son and I've never dated my mom. Thank you. That's fantastic. Okay. I needed this a little bit. Otherwise, I don't think I would have been able to finish this. Someone said, why do people act like boys and girls are different species? Yeah, it is kind of weird to think that she wouldn't talk about her daughter this way, which I'm going to get into at the very end of this topic. Someone said, red flag. Someone said, no, she's weird. AF for that one. Yeah, no. Someone said, I have a dog and it's still gross. Look, I don't care what kind of parent you are. Just tell me this is weird so I don't scream. Okay.
Beginning that this is going on like the wrong side of Instagram. This is being taken. Like you could tell right away, right? When the comments.
Well, I think Caroline, not to throw Caroline under the bus, but somebody attached my Instagram to my Facebook.
Okay.
And Facebook is a different demo of humans.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that that's where it started to like get this weird traction.
Because the Instagram people.
Right, Jenny. Blame Facebook, which funnily enough, I would be down for blaming Facebook for almost any other ill in this world. But in this specific case, I feel as though I fear this one was all you.
Know you, follow you.
Yeah. It's like this is the joke I've been making forever. Like I'm in this dysfunctional relationship with like a guy who's like, you know, can you hold my head while I like vomit into the toilet? Can you
wipe my butt?
Can you give me a full body massage before bed?
Yeah.
Can you, you know, be a deer and put more ice in my water bottle? Like this is the treatment.
Or Noah who grabbed my butt and.
I just don't think her attempts of normalizing this are doing what she thinks they're doing. Clearly trying to make this sound less strange, but God, it just sounds worse the more she describes it. I always make this joke. I romanticize and weirdify everything my child asks me to do all the time.
And said there was a lot of.
Wait, hold on. I like this comment. Someone in chat said dysfunctional. Babe, that's just parenting. Yeah, no, like. Why? Why are you doing this to your kid, dude? This is so weird. Someone said even calling your kid a guy is weird. Yeah, but yeah, I feel like my mom never referred to me like that when I was a 12-year-old boy. I mean, she still doesn't. I'm her son. Not a guy. I don't know. I mean, I'm a guy as well, but like, brother, nah, it's very much over. It's very much over. Someone said, that's your son, for real.
But, and I said, you're not wrong, Noah.
Yeah.
So yeah, another example, right?
Just like
toxic.
use and abuse me.
Use and
and
abuse
I'm
me.
still like, is he gonna call? Like I was never that girl. I've never been in that kind of relationship.
First of all, I already think of is he going to call in 20, 30 years? I'm
One of my pet peeves in commentary YouTube is when people play a clip and then they just repeat the thing that was said in the clip while making a weird face. But I think I'm going to have to do it. Use and abuse me. And then I'm like, is he going to call? I've never been in that kind of relationship. We need to call CPS. I mean, not really, but like... Why I the powers that be, I don't know. Where are they? What is the reason? Someone said your son isn't a dude you're hooking up with. Get a grip. Literally, this podcast appearance solidified that there was no possible good faith way of interpreting anything that she said, which I already didn't think there was. But like, oh, you really, really do think of your kid this way. It's not satire. It's not parody.
not even is he going to call today.
Right.
I'm worried about him not calling.
No, I'm going to be
in
banished
20.
to voicemail for all of eternity. And I'm just going to be like, I'm going to keep psychodialing. I'm going to be like, girl sending texts. Are you mad at me? Like, I am going to be my worst nightmare.
And this is a joke. Let's just say it again. And you know that I love your writing.
Yes.
And I followed you for years, even before we met. And this is part of your humor. This mom,
shtick.
dictator lunch.
I just can't get behind it. I can't get behind it. I've never been that kind of person who will just let somebody be the weirdest person ever. Say and do things that espouse a certain view. Excuse me. And then follow this up with, it's just a joke. What is it? Where's the joke? You were up posting those pictures with your kid with that caption. You did that. You took the photos, Jenny. This isn't done on stage. There was not a brick wall behind you. It's not open mic at comedy night at the bar. You are not joking. Someone said there's a SpongeBob meme for this. I'm sure of it. Maybe it's just like Squidward running through nothingness, because that's going to be me after this, bro. Oh, wait, I pressed the wrong button.
Dictator lunch.
He's the dictator, and I live in this like autocratic regime.
Okay.
Where I have to like, you
Do
know,
what he says.
it's like thumbs up or thumbs down, like off with my head if I fucking serve you sun butter. You know what I'm saying?
So what do you think made people take this the wrong way? The caption, or they thought like the hug was? I mean, what do you think set people off?
I think they thought that maybe the hug looked lascivious. I'm not sure. I don't think they liked the caption toxic. I think toxic got in some sort of algorithm search. And you're probably reading about like being like abused, and then you see this woman like embracing her son, and they're just like, what the fuck? You know?
I just can't believe all these stories she's telling herself. Oh, my assistant connected my Facebook to my Instagram, and that's why people are mad at me, because it was all coming from Facebook. Oh, I don't know. Like, I was on the wrong hashtag, and this is why, clearly. It's like she can't acknowledge that this is weird, because to do so would be to, I don't know, introspect at all. And obviously that's not happening anytime soon.
Oh, they couldn't handle it.
They couldn't
It
handle
threw
it.
them over the edge.
People were saying they want to call CPS on you.
And my sister had the best response. She's like, somebody should call CPS on me for ordering my son Taco Bell for dinner. Because that is like, what are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
And by the way, if you knew my son, like, he's really the predator. Not me.
That was the part where I had to stop. That was that was the part where I had to bow out. As somebody who I think literally did just say call CPS, hearing this woman who's posted these photos and talked about her own child this way, use and abuse me, say, actually, if you knew my son, he's actually the predator. Nah, it's over. It's actually genuinely over. She goes on to explain in a jokey manner whatever she thinks she means by that, but I was finished. I'm not going to make you watch any more of this. Don't worry, because we're getting into weird territory here. Someone says, call it a day, folks. Yeah, no, wrapping that. I do want to kind of slightly pivot into zooming out of this, because I think we're just too far gone in this case. The whole boy mom thing, and I've talked about this before, I mentioned this before we started recording. I feel a little sorry for moms of boys, or yes, even boy moms. I know people in real life who proudly call themselves boy moms because they're not online and they don't know that all of this is happening. I feel like it was at one point just a phrase that meant you were a mom of boys. You have sons, and that's just something that was a fact about you, right? I feel like there's such a big difference between that and whatever this like warped, intense, odd boy mom culture internet thing is. So I would like to very clearly say, please don't take anything I've said in this video as like criticism of moms who have close relationships with their sons. I don't care. It's just this that is weird. Like, I kind of poked through this article. I love having sons, but boy mom culture sucks. Here's why. And it kind of gets into how this whole thing of like separating out having a child who just happens to be this one gender, a lot of it is playing into boys will be boys type stuff and allowing boys to get away with a bunch of stuff that girls wouldn't be allowed to get away with. And I will say, I'm not gonna lie, like, that is another very odd element of this intense heavy focus on your kid being a different gender than you is weird when it manifests this way. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't feel that strongly, or you shouldn't feel that differently about your kid if this was a girl. I know it's not the same thing when we live in a society, and that's not what I'm trying to say. I just fear the boy mom discourse has perhaps lost the plot. Reading chat. Someone said before there was a name or branding for it. This has always been a thing. Yeah, I know, but I just want to be, I guess, clear in what exactly I'm criticizing here. I guess that was it. Is there, hold on, let me read chats. Someone said, I forgot about the Zionism. Don't worry, that's going in the video. I'm not leaving it. I feel like most people don't even know about that, but someone said it's way too warped. Yeah, no. Someone said, I think it's good for moms to have close relationships with their sons. That's how we break down sexism bit by bit, but these ladies make it so weird. Yeah, no, like so many elements. I guess what really gets me is that so many elements of the story are harmless individually. Hugging your kid don't matter. I mean, it does matter. You should do that. You know what I mean? Having an intense love for them, I feel like is necessary. I should hope that's a thing for you. Feeling like there are elements of your relationship that probably or just other people wouldn't understand or would look weird from the outside. I agree. That's probably true. It's like separately, none of this is a problem, but filtering it through boyfriend goggles when you're talking about your 12-year-old child, I have to close all of the tabs and then just take 15 showers. You feel me? Someone said, I wish people would stop posting their kids. Yeah, that too. Like, I'm probably not going to put this in the video because I've said this in like 5 other videos, but I will say it again. In the year of our Lord, 2026, there is simply very little reason to ever publicly post your child, because whoever you want to show a picture of your child to, you can. Do you live in one place and your family lives on the other side of the world and you want them to have a good relationship and to be in the know? You don't have to post your child publicly. Did you think that your kid did something cute and you want all of your friends to see it? You don't have to post your child publicly. It never, ever, ever has to happen. And I don't think it should happen in a world where AI, sorry, yes, he's talking about AI, is quite literally scraping every single image that exists for data, which people then use to turn around and generate some of the most heinous things ever. It shouldn't be your responsibility to mitigate the actions of other people, but this is simply not the correct internet to publicly be posting your kids. I love that technology allows us to share things with the people close to us, but these weirdos online is not the people close to you. That's how I feel. Someone said group chats exist. For real, bro. Like, please don't. Please no. Bring back family albums. On God. Someone said people need cyber safety. I just feel like people don't like think about it. And that's kind of a good thing that you're not thinking about it, because it's depressing to think about the negatives, obviously. But no, you should consider these things. Oh my God. Someone said family albums and home videos are lost art we need to revive. Yeah, but anyways, looking back over my outline, we talked about who the heck is Jenny Mullen, actress, writer. We talked about all of her podcast appearances. Her ex-husband being the guy from American Pie. She's going through a divorce, which matters because she brought that up later. We talked about the Zionism and the pro-IDF. FIDF, Friends of the IDF. That's Unhinged. That kind of thing that she's into. We talked about sort of her projects falling through or disappearing from the internet, whatever. How she had like a series of oversharing, like first the lice thing, and then the what else, the baby incident, dropping them, sending your kid to the hospital. Then we got into the creepy Substack posts, the weird Facebook posts, the photos, then the doubling down. First you delete your Facebook, but then you put out another article, you complain about it on stories, you mock it on the podcast. And yeah, in conclusion, I just tried to make sure we're talking about that kind of boy mom, not just moms who have boys. That's about all I had. Did y'all have anything else? Anything that you would like me to, or did I miss anything? I'm going to drink some water. Because if not, I'm going to record an outro and then, buddy, I have a few other things that I wrote down to go over with you all too. Someone said, sorry, I feel like that was so loud. I apologize. Someone said all of this is just rooted in the idea that parents don't see their kids as humans, but as puppets to vicariously live through and to do whatever they want with. They don't see them as beings with agency. Dude, it's true. It's true. I know, like, this is just me ranting. I'm not going to put this in the video. I know, like, kids are like, they're a little half-baked. I just know from like the kids in my life, they're like, you can tell that they're people, obviously, duh. But you can tell they have a lot of growing to do before they know what kinds of people they are, right? And I feel like what gets really odd about the way some parents approach their relationship is they see these little people-shaped people with so much potential to become even more people-y, and they imprint, and they're like, before you figure out who you are, I am going to try to fill in all of these blanks. I'm going to try to write in all of the spaces, and I'm going to superimpose my version of you onto you while you're still like Play-Doh, essentially. And I hate it. I really don't like it. Like kids are people. Kids are people, dog. I don't know why. I don't even think most people believe that. And it pisses me off. Kids are people. You shouldn't manipulate people. You shouldn't hit people. You shouldn't mistreat people. You shouldn't, I don't know, like there's just so many things that people are okay doing with their kids that they would never be okay with doing with other people, and it pisses me off. Someone said, I'm stuck as an adult in a relationship like this, and it's effed me over so bad. Still stuck at home with a parent because of it. This fucking future. Yeah, no, like, I can't stress enough. It's not just bad because thing bad. It messes people up. It's so detrimental. Someone said, be in love with your partner, not your child. Yeah, no, like, also, people need to be better at drawing the right things from the right sources. You really do. Like, this weird whatever the heck she's looking for, you can find that elsewhere. Make these jokes about your husband or something. I don't know, bro. I do not know. Someone said, I came to the stream an hour and 30 minutes in. Can someone explain what we just talked about? We were talking about Jenny Mullen and this weird controversy involving her posting strange photos of her kids with captions and insinuating that she's dating them. Don't worry. I will likely upload a video about this on Monday. You didn't miss much. I swear to God. Reading chat. Anyways, okay. I think that's it. Someone said, were you going to talk about her daughter? I don't think so. Or I don't think she has a daughter. Oh, what? I will say this though. Like, I don't think any of this, or if she does, I don't know. It's weird thinking that none of this would have happened if the child was a daughter. This is the part where I'm sorry, because I'm doing the internet gossip thing of like projecting a situation that doesn't exist. But as bad as this is for the sons, all of this intensely jealous and comparison type language she was using to describe herself versus this 12-year-old girl that her son was like talking to. It's just really odd to think that if she had daughters instead, it would be a completely different kind of horrifically messed up. That's all I've got to say. And this is why we need to start thinking a little bit more about our roles and how we interface with people, and maybe not bringing that into our own lives, because that's just mess. Someone said dance moms. What about dance moms? That's a mess too. If that's what you're saying, I would have to agree with you. Someone said, I don't think that she'd be so different if she was a daughter. Maybe not. Who's to say? I'm glad we don't know. That's all I know. That's really all I know. Anyways, that's all I've got. I'm going to go ahead and record an outro. And, oh, that's an interesting thing. Someone said, in today's age, I'd be so scared to have a son. That's an interesting thought. I'm going to go ahead and record an outro. And then I kind of want to talk about that a little bit, even though I probably shouldn't, but we're already talking about this. Everybody say goodbye. Say goodbye to YouTube while I record an outro, but stick around because we have a few more things to discuss. Ba. Okay, we're good. Anyway, that's all I can do, Chief. I'm out. hopefully you never have to think about Jenny Mullen or any of this ever again. I know I will certainly try not to. And yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Unless, of course, I don't, in which case I'm probably just, I don't know, sleeping. But yeah, hopefully I see you in the next stream or the next video. And if not, it doesn't matter at all. Okay, bye. Excuse me. God, I'm drinking so much water. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. Oh, whoa. I almost stopped the stream. No. Okay. I hit stop streaming. That's my nightmare. That is literally my nightmare, is that like I'm not done with the stream and then I hit stop streaming. But thankfully OBS has a confirmation screen. It's the first time I've done it. Is it June? I've been streaming for half a year, almost every single week, 3 times a week. And this is the first time I think I've hit stop streaming instead of stop recording. But we still here. Okay. Listen. Oh, so this person said the amount of propaganda young boys are fed is crazy. I'd be so scared as a mother knowing it was inevitable. I want to talk about this idea of like being scared of having a son, because it's not just you. Have y'all ever seen that movie Men by A24? I mean, not by A24, but it's like an A24 movie. A24 Men. Wait, I don't know low key if weird pictures are gonna come up. Oh yeah, we're getting some weird pictures. Okay, no. Hold on, let me try to find a version that's not that horrifying. Okay, there we go. That's fine. Yeah. I feel as though, whereas this film has multiple interpretations, that is probably maybe one of the theses of Men, starring Jessie Buckley. I mean, it's a very abstract film, but it kind of seems to be about like, hey, wouldn't it be scary to have a boy for many reasons because of the world that we live in? And someone said I haven't. Should I? No, not if you're not into gross, slow, body horror plus shock scenes. If that is not your vibe, I don't recommend this film. But if you're okay with that and you like other A24 horror films, then Men would be right up your alley for sure. Someone said AI24. Yeah, sadly, this was, or thankfully, I guess this was before their AI stuff, with which, by the way, that's one of the things I wrote down. Someone said they doubled down on it. Yes, they did. Unfortunately, which is so cringe. But yeah, no, it is scary. Like, you can do your best, obviously, as a parent, and you should, to be, to raise a good person or whatever. But like, literally, it sounds like I'm fear-mongering, but I'm being objective here. Your kid could literally watch one video, the wrong video, and then all of a sudden it's just a whole pipeline full of very convincing misogynists that want him to hate all of the women in his life. And if like they get to him first, that can be hard to unpack. So the same thing happened to me, where like my parents definitely worked hard to make sure I didn't have, I guess, like insane views on women or whatever. And I never felt like I did at any point, even though at one point I did, because what happened to me was I was watching like internet commentary stuff as a teenager, and then you watch a video and you think it's just a weird thing about this niche group of people, and you're like, oh my gosh, that was so cringe. For me, it was cringe culture, and the rise of like anti-SJW YouTube. Unfortunately, I was caught in the throes of that as a kid. Yeah, it literally just took one YouTuber, because I watched a video that he had made, and I don't even remember who it was or what the video was about. And it was about something that I was actually interested in. And then I got recommended his other videos, and that was like right-wing anti-SJW stuff. And so I clicked in, and it was framed the exact same way of like, oh, isn't this stupid? And I was like, oh my gosh, this is stupid. Triggered, all that kind of stuff. It just happens. It's not good. I don't realistically believe there was anything my parents could have done to prevent that from happening, except being rational people and letting me know what was wrong or right, which is why at some point I was able to identify like something about this is really off. And I think I need to extricate myself from this environment. Similarly, I've talked about this story before, but this one really pisses me off because it happened in my own family. But Brett Cooper, yeah, local idiot Brett Cooper, conservative commentator, just an absolute stain on the platform. She low key. Oh, look at this. Snow White 2.0. Millie Alcock killed Supergirl before it even came out. And we've got Rachel Zegler in the thumbnail. Yeah, Brett Cooper is one of these people who thinks that just because she's a woman doing the conservative thing, that she's like smarter than other people, but failing to realize this actually is the only proof we need that you don't have two brain cells to rub together. My brother sent me a short from this person, and it wasn't actually about politics or anti-woke stuff at all. I don't remember if it was just like a Reddit post or something like that. But it was completely non-political. And he sent it to me and he was like, oh, this is, I thought you would think this was funny. And I had to tell him like, dude, I was like, this is a funny post, but you should know that the person who uploaded this is a conservative commentator and puts up a lot of like transphobic, misogynist content regularly. And then my brother came back to me and he was like, yeah, I got a bunch of her stuff recommended after and it was super weird. So thanks for the heads up. I blocked her. But like, dude, we were this close. My brother watching a single short and then getting his algorithm just filled with nothing but like Daily Wire slop, essentially, is what Brett Cooper is adjacent to, even though I don't know if they're the ones that actually run her channel. But she may as well be affiliated with them at this point. Yeah, no, it's like, it's just dangerous times. People who make propaganda purposely create content that is not political, that is more likely for you to click into, and then you get funneled into it. That's the pipeline that people talk about. And it's just not, it's not good. It's not good at all. Someone's out there being the two woke friends doing good work. Yeah, no, at the end of the day, like if I'm like, bro, that person, they're conservative commentator and what you're experiencing is a function of them trying to manipulate you, I'm gonna say it. Thankfully I have a great relationship with my siblings. They're not like, oh, screw you. They were like, no, this is weird. This is so weird. And also, I'm not the only person who's had this experience at all. I've had some of my friends be like, I had to have the same conversation with my little brother. I know other people who have gone through the same thing. Someone said she was affiliated before and then left maybe 3 years ago. Oh, well, things never got better. That's all I know. But yeah, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't really have that many ops on the platform, but for as long as Brett Cooper and people like her are here just posting literal hateful trash to this platform, I'm going to keep posting my goofy videos. I don't care. I've posted a lot of content this year. Because one day, like, I don't remember when, sometime in like 2024, the beginning or even the year before, I just got fed up because it was her specifically recommended to me, and I saw like 600 videos and that she was just grinding, and I was like, damn, y'all are literally out here grinding to be hateful. Like, you are putting in the work to turn YouTube into something that, frankly, it never was. YouTube was always, by the way, pretty bad. But it was never actually this bad to me. It was worse in a lot of ways, but I don't know. For as long as y'all are doing this, I'm going to be doing it. I'm gonna keep going. For every annoying video one of these people puts up, I will put up 2, and I will be the last one uploading. I don't care if the entire website goes down. I don't care if I have to turn my final video into an MP4 file, put it on a flash drive, and sell it to a single viewer. It will be me who has the last word, not any of these people, because none of you are what YouTube was supposed to be in the first place. You're just taking advantage of it. I will never be happy until channels like this are gone. I will never be happy until nobody remembers that these people ever existed. Like, seriously, one day Brett Cooper will be completely washed up. Fox News isn't going to want her. Nobody's going to care about anything she's ever said ever again. And I will be in the same position, but I will be happy knowing I didn't get there by hating on other people, pissing a bunch of people off. It's just like all of these people share a single brain cell. It is literally a hive mind. This whole anti-woke thing, for as much as they accuse people like me of going off of emotions and stuff, you literally don't even have 2 brain cells to rub together. And one day, I need you to know this. I need you to know this. That cell will die. And I'm just going to be so happy. One day, it will be brain death for the single conservative brain cell that has been plaguing this country, killing my people, just murdering everyone around me and demonizing everyone. It will die, actually. And none of these people will have anything left to offer the world. And I'm just going to be so happy. I'm going to rejoice. I really, really am. So yeah, until that happens, catch me over here making my little videos about, hey, this is maybe racist. Let's point it out on YouTube. I'm not gonna stop because y'all. It's a no for me, dog. It's a no. Someone said hopefully it happens sooner rather than later. I would love sooner. The sooner we move away from all of this, the better. I'm not counting on it to happen quickly. I'm not counting on it to happen within my lifetime, but it's just like, historically, we are definitely going to look back at this period and be like, wow, a lot of these people were obviously evil. We're doing that now. We're loudly trying to say this, but like, I can't wait for that day. I'm probably not going to be here, but I don't care, buddy. I don't care. Someone said, I feel like they don't really believe what they say or don't care to learn. It's all of the above. That's the thing. It's literally Schrodinger's idiot. Do you believe all of the nonsense that you're saying? Do you actually think this is true? Do you actually genuinely believe that drag queens are the greatest threat to children? Not the Epstein class. Do you actually believe that? Do you genuinely believe we should make exceptions for pedophile rapists because they align with the rest of our conservative values? Do you really think that? It's Schrodinger's cat. They believe this and they don't believe this. They have convinced themselves of it, but they know on some level it's not true. And that is why you have to give up trying to figure them out. That's what I did. At one point, I realized the truth was both things. Yes, I absolutely believe conservatives believe the brain rot that they're saying, and I don't believe that they think a word of it is true. So I gave up on them because I can't. That level of illogic was literally eroding my own brain cells, dog. It's a mess. But yeah, I hate this side of YouTube. I hate it. It makes this website hellish. It's the reason I can't engage as deeply as I enjoy. It's the reason I gotta have so many moderators on deck at all times. These people have turned YouTube into a deeply unsafe space, but nevertheless, look at all the efforts I will go to try to make a little bubble where we can at least admit that this is nonsensical. But yeah, anytime I see somebody like this, I literally just click, do not recommend. Click, don't recommend. I just don't want to see it anymore. And that's all. That is all. Oh, it's raining outside. That's crazy. Hopefully some of y'all get some rain. Someone said it's all a grift. It very much is. But yeah, let's get off of here. And thank you to that one person who had just said something about raising boys in today's society, because that, I don't know, I didn't really mean to rant, but that's okay. I'm mad. There are some things that you should be mad about, by the way, and I feel like this is one of them. Okay, I'm looking at my list of the other things that I wanted to tell you today. You know, I write things down to tell you all about. Oh, okay. So since we're here and somebody had mentioned it, AI24, A24, they have now explained, or as that one commenter said, which I agree with, doubled down on their whole partnership with Google. Okay, hold on. Google A24. And this is just so cringe, man. It's so cringe. Deadline. A24 defends Google AI partnership. So if you don't know what I'm referring to, at the end of one of my earlier videos this week, we had talked briefly about how A24 signed I believe, $75 million deal with Google's DeepMind to invest in AI filmmaking tools and research, which is just sad. But it says A24, and they distributed the backrooms, by the way. They're very, very popular as a film entity. Defense partnership. Studio doesn't quote unquote necessarily love Gen AI content, but we'd rather have a seat at the table. So Sophia Shin, an A24 spokesperson, explained that the production and distribution banner doesn't necessarily love it. Any of the generative AI projects have been released, noting that DeepMind's $75 million investment constitutes a research partnership. We're working side by side with DeepMind's researchers to learn, iterate, and build, having an active hand in shaping new tools and workflows. Our relationship with our audience is something we don't take for granted. No, it's something you don't care about because you realize you don't have to respect it at all and you're still going to make money, obviously. This partnership exists because we want to dictate what tools get built for artists so they have a voice in shaping them rather than having tools handed to them. We'd rather have a seat at the table than on the sidelines. Following the abrupt dissolution of Disney's $1 billion investment into OpenAI's Sora text-to-video app, Shin stressed there are no plans to use A24's existing IP to create Gen AI tools. Sure. Okay, but what does that mean for the future? Shin added, the truth is we don't necessarily love any of the outputs on screen. I don't even know if ultimately we'd create tech on that front. This partnership is about learning and helping pain points and workflows behind the scenes more than anything else. So I just thought that was very sad. In being like, oh guys, we love our audience and we don't like AI either. We just accepted the $75 million partnership with Google for AI research because we want to at least have control over what AI is doing. And it's like, that almost does make sense. It almost does, but it's still an excuse at the end of the day. Someone said they don't talk for artists. Exactly. A spokesperson for A24, as whoever wrote the statement is referred to, is not actually a litmus test for how real people working on, this is a real person, but how the people who are really working on these movies actually feel. And we know how they feel. People in the industry won't stop screaming about how this is not a good thing. So yeah, another continued thumbs down for me for AI24. Somebody said, I can't wait for the AI bro bubble to burst. It'll happen. It'll happen. But Lord, it's going to be a lot of cringe in the pipeline until it does. Okay, what else? Oh, dude, this is bad. Okay. This next thing is really serious, and I'm just bringing it up just to let you know. I would never make a video about this or anything, but hold on, let me try to find it. Y'all know David, the singer who currently under investigation for the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the child who was found in his trunk, who he also was in a relationship with. Literally just one of the most gruesome things that has been recently, uncovered coming out of the music industry. But yeah, obviously a terrible, terrible person, and a tragic thing that happened to this little girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez, which is why I didn't cover it, because I didn't really have anything to add to that. I saw that Hulu or it's more so ABC's Impact Nightline. Yeah, sure. This is literally sick. The Girl in the Trunk is what they're calling their new true crime documentary episode about David. A 14-year-old girl, the rising music star David, and a mysterious disappearance turned gruesome murder. The investigation isn't done. The investigation hasn't concluded. And you're literally out here like, yeah, the girl in the trunk. This is going to be such a good story. The new details emerging from text messages, photos, and DNA that authorities say destroyed 2 lives. It's just disturbing, honestly. I saw that and I thought maybe this sounds stupid, but I was like, this can't be right. Obviously, there's no way they would pick such a disrespectful title. But yeah, somebody, I don't understand. Like, she has a name. You're literally just turning her. I'm not saying I want her name plastered all over the place. I'm saying don't make the documentary right now, guys. This is just so weird. I don't understand why. I hate the way that like big media handles true crime, because it's literally never respectful. But I just feel like we're reaching new lows at this point, when quite literally the details of this case have still not even been sorted out. No. Someone said Ryan Murphy should be jailed. Yeah, this isn't even Ryan Murphy, and yet I blame him for this. Don't ask why. Just watch my Ryan Murphy video. He very much has popularized a lot of this. But yeah, for it to be with something that is still ongoing, I thought was just horrendous. Someone said platforming a murderer and not naming a victim. Yeah, no, and no. Obviously, I believe it's important to talk about things like this. When this came out, I looked into it. I researched it to the best of my ability. It was very sickening to do so. But it should still be done in a way that is respectful and that is like putting, I don't know, man. I guess, let me put it like this. While I'm sure there's conversations to be had about like the ethics or lack thereof of reporting on stuff like this, I think we can at least agree that this is a crazy title and that y'all are literally not seeing heaven. y'all not touching the pearly gates. Y'all not passing through them. This is absolutely crazy and y'all have to be stopped, man. Some sort of reaching new lows. Yeah. Anyways, moving on from that, I had to rant because I just want to scream. This one's bad too. It's not like it's also bad. I can't compare. So Jonathan Majors, who is like an abuser and therefore was like, hold on, let me pull it up. So Jonathan Majors, like, he was part of the MCU. He was popping off and all of these things are happening for him. I never made a video about him. I don't think I've ever really talked about this guy that much, but basically he's also a domestic abuser. And so the consequences of that obviously were temporarily losing opportunities and stuff like that. But he did what, I don't want to say but what is a very, very common move for people who have these allegations or who just straight up did it. And he's now pivoted to being a conservative film star. So, yes, we have actually gone from, and I'm being so for real right now, Jonathan Majors having been in the actual MCU, right, to now being in the Daily Wire movie, Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels, which goes after quote unquote radical Islamic terrorists and college students. Obviously, that's going to be a very normal movie when it's made by somebody like the Daily Wire, who is basically Ben Shapiro. It sounds bad, chats. Here's the actual literal log line for the movie. When radical Islamic terrorists hijack a liberal college's pro-Palestine encampment to enforce barbaric Sharia law on students and execute infidels in a makeshift caliphate, a ragtag band of red-blooded students, a security guard tired of Uncle Tom smears, and a Delta Force vet must arm up to save their clueless peers and keep America from surrendering to the enemy on its own soil. So, like, I guess I expected part of this. Part of this I expected. The conservative aspect of it is not surprising to me. I thought it was going to sound bad. I just didn't literally think it was going to be like basically, yes, pro-Palestine. No, more like radical terrorists wrapped in a bunch of Islamophobia, and America saves the day from the scary brown people. And this is what we're doing because we couldn't find any jobs after being exposed to domestic abuse. Even though, crazily enough, this is depressing to say, I don't even think he had to do all of that. I'm sure there was literally anything else he could have done, because there are always still opportunities for people like this. But that, can I say the phrase new lows again? Again, we're reaching new lows. I'm definitely never going to be watching or seeking that out or even trying to find that movie. I would like to never hear about it again, but I just have to acknowledge its existence at least once. Therefore, I can brain dump it. What is going on right now, man? Someone said, I truly can't roll my eyes further. No, y'all piss me off so bad. And they had to throw in the tired of Uncle Tom smears part in there. Don't get me started on the Uncle Tom thing. Okay, hold on. This is a very Black community issue. So I'm going to complain, though. I'm going to complain. Whereas I don't think this is a phrase that just anybody should be using to describe any of us. Some of y'all are Uncle Toms. I certainly hope that's not what's the word I'm looking for? Offensive for me to say. Some of y'all are. You are. You just are. And frankly, there are very few things that would lead me to say this about another person, but starring in a Daily Wire conservative propaganda piece as a Black person in which your character, I'm guessing that character is his, I don't know, the security guard, specifically is mad at other Black people for hating the actions that you're doing. That's Uncle Tom behavior at the end of the day. I didn't make the rules. I didn't write the book. I did not add the Urban Dictionary definition or contrive the Wikipedia page. It's you. It's all you, Jonathan. But yeah, I'm just gonna throw that one out there. I really, really am. Someone said, please explain. I want to learn. Bro, it's just deep Black community lore. But basically the simplest way I can put it is like, no matter who you are, you're going to have people working against your interests, even while supposedly being the same community, part of the same community as you. And that's why it's simply not enough to uncritically just support everyone around you. You have to make sure that everybody actually is with the program. Basically is the best way or simplest way I can put that. There are like key figures who are just dedicated to setting things back for everybody else. And it's sad. And you can be this no matter what marginalized group you're a part of. That's the part that sucks, but this is just a very Black specific way that I can't believe the Daily Wire would even literally use this term. I'm shooketh. I'm literally shook. Anyways, that was that. No thank you, Jonathan Majors, forever. No. Someone said, I think the aim is to dig all the way to hell at this point. Yeah, we are in the core of the earth. We can't go any lower. If we go any lower, we would start going higher, just due to the fact that we live on a spherical planet. Like, I'm going to cry. I'm gonna cry. Someone says, imagine being on the wrong side of genocide while being marginalized by the same system. I guess the thing is too, like, the best way I can put it, I've heard this been said multiple times and I can't ever put it better than this. Tokens get spent. That is the purpose of them. You really think you've turned yourself into the shiniest coin. Now I'm the token, whatever you are, in this movement. And I'm going to speak out against all these other people who really it would be in my best interest to support. But I believe my best interest is aligning myself with the oppressor. Tokens get spent. At the end of the day, there was never a seat at the table for you. You a placeholder. Is that what you actually want? I don't want to be a seat warmer, a bench warmer, so you're not going to catch me aligning myself with conservatism. Personally, I have better things to do, like resisting it. It's a mess, man. Someone says it breaks my heart that we lost Megan Good behind this nonsense. Yes. Okay, hold on. Look, I want to talk about this too. Whereas I don't spend like most of my effort on this because I feel like obviously the biggest problem would be domestic abuser Jonathan Majors. Sadly, for anybody who is abusive, any man who is abusive, I shouldn't say for all of them, but it's very likely that you're also going to have some women supporting him as well, like very, very loudly, publicly and proudly. And that's what's going on with Megan Good, who is like, is she like married to him right now? I don't remember, but she basically is like defending him. And I'm like, this is sad. This is sad on so many levels because Megan Good is literally, it's so complicated, but she's iconic. You know what I mean? She literally gets mentioned in like Megan Thee Stallion songs. Like she was really like the blueprint for sure. And then it's like nowadays, the only times you're popping up in article headlines is because you're defending your domestic abuser husband. And it's like, dude, that's not good. That's not good. Someone said they don't think married yet. Okay, so they're just together. Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. It reminds me of like, let me see if I can find this person I'm thinking of. Are they like French? The person I'm thinking of, Busby? Is that Buzzfield? Melissa Gilbert and Timothy Busfield. Yeah. Okay, cool. Not cool. So it's this is obviously a different case, but like apparently these are the kinds of things that I don't talk about because it's literally way too serious for my tone that I have in my videos. It's not funny and it's not content, right? But this dude Timothy Busfield is on trial for child sex abuse, and his wife, Melissa Gilbert, literally just keeps coming forward and like defending him. And just saying like, he never did this. Oh my God, like the world is being unfair. And it's just like, it's just a sad headline to read for a lot of reasons, I guess is the best way I can put that. I hate that for almost every single headline you see about somebody doing the most heinous behavior. If you look a little harder behind the surface, you can be like, and then these people defended it. It's a mess, man. It's absolutely a mess. Someone said it's a trip. Someone said she knew the entire time. Yeah, no, but yeah, don't throw your weight behind abusive people, please. No. Never. Not a good thing to do, I think, personally. Someone said, how could she defend that? Cognitive dissonance, I suppose, because to acknowledge this would be to acknowledge that you were wrong on some level, whether that was about what kind of person you were with or whether you did something that was inadvertently enabling. I don't know, but you hate to see it is how I feel about that. That's how I feel. Someone said we get to the topic yet? We got to the topic a while ago. Right now you're getting like the leftover topics. Okay, so I talked about the David thing. I talked about Jonathan Majors. I talked about A24. Reading chat. Someone says at what point does the victim become an abuser themselves? That is incredibly complex territory that I'm not actually qualified to speak on. All I know is no matter who you are or what situation you're in, you should definitely do your best to make sure you're not perpetuating harm. That's really all I know. And obviously if somebody is like, has these allegations and is abusive or was literally charged, you're doing harm by saying, no, actually, I think this is fine. It's not good. It's really not good. Reading chat. Someone said book recommendation, Loving to Survive, Sexual Terror, Men's Violence, and Women's Lives. That sounds like it would have a lot more substance than what I've been talking around, which is like, it's complicated, but that doesn't mean we have to do a bunch of harmful things by any means. For sure. Someone said trying is like the least we can do, trying to be better. Yeah, no, absolutely. But anyways, I've been trying to balance my topics, and I actually feel like this week I did a pretty decent job of like, I think all the topics were obviously weird because really you don't go viral for doing good things usually, or you can, but sadly that's not really how the algorithm works. But I feel like it was a decent mix of like an SNL retrospective, which I had a lot of fun with. Weird mommy influencer stuff that's going on. No, not great. Whatever it was that we talked about on Tuesday. I don't know. I stream so often it's already slipping from my memory, but I'm sure that was a great video too. Someone said, have you heard about the heat wave? Yes, we talked about it in the beginning of the stream, but all of my friends and colleagues who live in other places are literally suffering right now. I had mentioned last stream, my one friend who lives in Germany, they had to buy an AC unit, which they said was insane. Like, that doesn't sound that crazy, maybe depending on where you're from, but it's wild to have to purchase this when you've lived there for, they're my age, so you've lived there for 28 years and you've never needed AC, but now you have to buy this expensive thing just to get through it. Also, I don't think they would mind me telling you this. Their phone is melting. Actually, their roads are melting, which is kind of like also terrifying, obviously. But their phone has melted too. The adhesive, not the plastic, but the adhesive that holds together one part of the phone as an inlay, like liquefied or unsealed, and one of the screens popped out slightly due to the heat, is what they said. Plus their roads are melting. Plus, even when it gets dark outside, it's not getting that much colder. They had to buy an AC unit. So yeah, this has been a very like expensive, awful thing for them, and they're safe at least. But for some people, it's actually been like dangerous in other ways too. Someone said, I'm from Germany too, and my ventilator is just not enough. I feel like I am melting. Yeah, no, it's dog. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I do, obviously, but yeah, so I talked about it a little bit. That's messy. You know, one time I did make a video about the weather. I wouldn't make a video about this one because I'm not where it happened, but a long time ago when Texas experienced a cold snap, very dangerous event, and it happened while I lived there. I made a video and I kind of told people, hey, this is going on, this is weird. I think I did pretty well in that video. I walked around, we looked at all of the snow, I interviewed a couple of my neighbors, by which I mean I asked one question. I was like, hey, I'm making a YouTube video, can I get a statement? And they were like, yeah, it sure is snowing outside. Very, very odd. And like, whereas that's not the same situation, obviously, because it was cold there, not hot. It was very dangerous for us too. And sadly it wasn't without injuries either. Because the thing is, whereas we do have heaters and stuff in Texas, the way our power grid is set up, essentially, not due to our fault as residents, due to decisions that were made before many of us got there, like, it can go down. And that is why we were like without heat. It was really, really bad, honestly. Someone said, I remember that. Yeah, that kind of thing taught me to have like, obviously like understanding of when other people in other places are saying temperatures are really getting bad. Like, I will say this, before this, I have certainly made jokes about like European people not having ACs jokingly. Like, when it gets warmer during the summer, you've caught me before saying like, oh my gosh, I got AC, but that's because I literally wasn't talking about things that were like hurting people. I've literally put all of that on hold, and I've just been trying to like research and understand. I realize at this point it is for some people literally an emergency. So yeah, I really hope, I don't know, I just hope everybody's as fine as they can be. Someone said, I'm becoming grateful to be living in a place that has winter and snow for half the year, so the increase in temperature hasn't been so bad. Yeah, it's not the case everywhere, at least. I will say that, but just in many places. Someone said, didn't the senator go on vacation during that crisis in Texas? Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Texas's leadership, if they can even be called that, is just a travesty, honestly. It really, really is. Someone said driving was so dangerous. It's not even the power grid. There was no salts on the roads. It was so dangerous to be outside. Oh yeah, I fell too. I totally slipped and fell on like black ice, and I hurt my hands. I don't remember. It wasn't like that big of a deal, thankfully, but people were falling, and it was dangerous to drive. I completely forgot about that too. Yeah, we have no infrastructure for this. When I moved here to North Carolina, and then it snowed for the first time while I was here, and they literally had the little vehicles out like salting the roads and stuff, I was like, you guys are getting paid? Like, I didn't even realize that was a thing that could happen, because that's really not the case where I lived in South Central Texas at all. Someone said Texas is the Wild West. Unfortunately, there was a 20-car pileup on the interstate too. Yeah, no, this is all bad. And then, like, don't get mad at me for politicizing it. I'm actually trying to like scientificize. There's not a word for that. I'm trying to make it a science thing more so than a politics thing. But like let me see if I can find the right word, so I'm not talking about things that they don't know. It's called climate destabilization, right? Or maybe I'm wrong about that. No, I think I'm right about this one. I think I'm right about this. But like, I think when I was a kid, let me see. Here's like a paper about, I think, the destabilization that's happening. Yeah. The human origin of climate destabilization is, I guess, what this is kind of getting at. When I was a kid, I thought that global warming just meant that it was getting hotter. Or I thought like the climate crisis was that, I don't know, it was just going to get so hot at one point that, I don't know, everything was bad. I was a kid. But I've realized as I've gotten older that like, yes, and also it's like a complete destabilization of the climate as it exists, and it is happening currently. It's just really disturbing, I think, how like someone says climate atmospheric energy change is another one I've seen Hank Green use. An individual who's much smarter than me about these type of things. Quote Hank Green, not me. But basically, like, I really hate that we are quite literally seeing the effects of climate change. Someone said that's why we don't call it global warming anymore. Yeah, exactly. We are living through the actual effects. It is happening now, currently. And yet we are still going to pretend like this isn't a crisis. We're going to act like Greta Thunberg, I got to pronounce the name right, is just some crazy, never knows what she's talking about. And all those years she was saying, dog, this is one of the biggest threats to humanity. She was just memeing or something. Like, I don't even understand how you could pretend at this point, when granted, this is still literally the tip of the iceberg, no pun intended. It's just scary. It's very scary to me. Reading chat. Someone said, here, it's getting colder here. Yeah, no, and then this is a part where I will talk about this, not scientifically, anecdotally, because I'm just a person. Now, N equals 1. It's just me. Dude, I swear to God, the temperature never used to move like this when I was a kid. It really didn't. I'm sorry. I remember very clearly, there just did not used to be these wild gaps between temperature changes when I was a kid. At least that's how I remember things. Yes, sometimes it would be hot. Sometimes it would be cold. Cold fronts would happen. Heat waves would occur. All of that was normal. But I literally feel like the weather just keeps going like this and getting more extreme in each direction. And it's so bizarre. It feels worse and weirder and scarier than it did when I was younger. Someone said Greta has always been dead on the money, and like it's frustrating that people don't leave the seats of power. Yeah, no, there's nothing to be mad at there. Someone said N equals 1 is the best and nerdiest way to put that. Oops, the nerd jumped out. But yeah, sample size is small. It's just me. Someone said I agree. Yeah, no. Someone said it's exhausting that more than half of people have accepted the earth is dying and do nothing about it. it's tricky too because like there are things we individually can do and should continue to do, but so much of the onus is on people doing the most damage, which is just a few people. And that's what really, really sucks. Like, yeah, we all need to be trying and we all need to be not actively making things worse to the best of our ability. But then I think about these single individual people who can just, I don't want to sound like a pessimist because I'm not pessimistic. I'm really not. It's just, it can feel demoralizing, I suppose, when you feel as though you're doing your best and it's like, oh, but then the entity that is Amazon will do more damage in a single day than you could ever hope to do across your entire life. It's bad, man. It's bad. And someone says individuals, nothing we will do will change anything until corporations listen. Yeah, like we need to keep trying, obviously, but we also need to be working to do what we can, which is not a lot for some of us to move towards actual repercussions on a corporate level to prevent. It's just a mess, man. Someone said, as a whole, the people who can make a big effect are profiting from this harm, so they don't care. Profit. We didn't even get into the capitalism of it all, but yeah, that's the worst part, is that for as long as we are like brainwashed by capitalism, we will never save the earth. We will never reverse course, and we will never even so much as slow what is happening. We have to acknowledge that unmitigated greed is the same thing as destruction. It really, really is. There's not a difference. That capitalistic urge to grow and hoard and produce and mine and destroy and use is just destruction. Yeah, we turned it into a numbers game where some people get rich off of that, but like, it sucks. It really, really does. Someone said, we should use the rich as fertilizer for the economy to grow. I mean, a YouTube commenter said that, not me. I didn't say that. I just read it. I just read that one. Oh God. Someone said, and they want to build a huge data center in my area as if we aren't burning alive from the endless wildfires. Yeah, no. There's levels to this, obviously. But yeah, no, I love empathy and my heart goes out literally. Forget thoughts and forget prayers. I wish y'all cold. I wish cool air to anybody who is currently affected by these absolutely ridiculous temperatures that are occurring, especially in Europe and also multiple other places. For real, for real. Someone said there's violence entangled in our economic systems. Yeah, no. People don't like it when you say that, though. They don't like it when you say that. People will get mad if you say things like pretty much the end goal for capitalism, or like what it really, really prefers in a perfect system is slavery. Then people are going to get really, really mad at you and start screaming about how that's not true, but it is. And that is why those conditions occur in multiple places in this world and America, by the way. Literally, slavery still happening. But yeah, no, like, yikes. Nobody wants to hear it, I guess. So we'd rather just like ostrich our way out of the scenario. And I'm like, what do you think the end goal of this is going to be? What? Reading chat. Someone said, I don't understand profit over survival. Like, who are you going to exploit if people can't work and are constantly migrating and dying? What the heck? I understand that many of them are older, but it's literally just they don't care. It doesn't matter. And I'm not saying that to be dismissive. I went through the same process where I was just like, if no one can actually afford anything, then what do you do then? No one cares about what this answer is. If we destroy all of the resources, then what will we do? No one cares. And this is why these rich people fantasize about like Mars and the moon. Oh my gosh, we're going to go to space. We're going to colonize, because there is obviously an understanding at some point that the end result is just ruination. It really, really is. But can I share my woo-woo spiritual take on this because I have one. I talked a lot about science just now and things that are real, but I'm just still a person. I can be superstitious. I have like, I've talked about this before probably. I have this like fantasy kind of, or this like weird feeling that low key the earth is not going to let us win. Now, I don't want you to extrapolate that into you thinking that I think we don't have the ability to destroy this planet. We're currently doing it. It's burning and it's devastating. I just, for some reason, feel like this like greed and this hubris actually of humanity, we're really going to do the best that we can. We're going to do so much damage to this place. But I don't know why I feel like if we just project forward, the earth is still going to be here even if we are not. That's part of the reason I don't think any of this is a good idea, because spiritually I feel like y'all are messing with forces that are larger than you. And I'm sorry if this sounds stupid, but I'm just like, I don't know, bro. Don't you feel like the earth kind of is like, it's an entity. It does exist. I'm not anthropomorphizing it, but like, I don't know, man. I just don't think we're gonna win this battle. And I think it's gonna be really ugly. Someone's on the same page. Yeah, no, that's how I feel. That's not science. And if science is like, no, D'Angelo, there's no basis for that, I will agree with the science day in and day out. But I just can't shake that feeling of like, bro, she gonna get tired of us. She's gonna get tired of us, because who wouldn't? And then we're not gonna be in the picture anymore. It's a mess, bro. It's a mess, and I can't shake the feeling. That's all I know. Some said we don't win because we're mortal. Yeah, something will still be here, and we seem real determined to make sure that it's not us, which is baffling behavior to me. Absolutely baffling. It's nah. Someone said even if we do, she'll come back. That is scientific though, right? Like objectively, things change all the time. Like the earth used to be different in a different way. It used to look a lot different. It used to be shaped differently, and it changed and it morphed into what it is today. And I guess it sucks that we have as much influence as we do, but yeah, if it changes again and it doesn't want to bring us with it, I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. Someone says not even woo-woo, it's science. It's not. It's the science supports my woo-woo energy in this one specific case. Yeah, I hate that for us. Because it doesn't have to be. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be this way. If it had to be this way, maybe, I don't know, maybe I could make peace with it. But I don't think I'll ever truly understand why things are the way they are when they objectively don't have to be this way. Someone said life finds a way. Yeah, very that. What is that? Jurassic Park, I think. Mess. Absolute mess. Reading chat. Someone said faux show. I've literally always said this: the earth will survive. We won't. It's gonna be us or it, and I just don't think it's going to be us. I don't know. Someone said not all species will survive humans though. Okay, that's just depressing. You're correct, and this is a valuable contribution. I mean, we've already done it, right? Like species have already gone extinct, sadly. And yeah, no, that's the part that sucks, is to think that in the time between the earth existing in a state recognizable as the earth and the dawn of man, throughout those, I don't know exactly what that time frame was. I know it's a very long time. We have single-handedly ensured that we did not leave the planet as nice as it was when we got here. And so there's going to be multiple hella different kinds of species and natural features and environmental, just everything. It's not going to be there anymore. And that really sucks. That's pretty bad. Someone said we killed smallpox. Okay, no, that was good though. That was good. I just said that to a friend the other day, actually. I was getting really, really pissed off. And I said to a friend, I was like, how the hell are we the same species that like work together to eradicate smallpox, which is a good thing because smallpox, horrific. We literally said, y'all, we can't let this keep happening. And through the power of science and people listening to science, we stopped it. People don't get smallpox anymore. Effectively, as long as that one location in which they actually have samples of it is never breached, no one will ever have smallpox ever again. I just wonder why we could not have locked in for some of these other things. Because I literally genuinely feel like obviously that should have been the start of something great. That should have been us finally getting on track. Is like, look at this thing that we did by working together across the world. But no, now we live in a place where people are literally measles outbreaks are happening once again. Yay. What? We're moving backwards, man. Pisses me off. Someone said the healthy and educated population is too powerful. Clearly. But yeah, no, what? More we killed smallpox and less everybody is catching measles again. Please. Thanks. Somebody says we should do the same for tuberculosis, but there's not enough funding or care. Yeah. And then I guess it's just really sad to think of like, sorry, I hate drawing parallels, but we've been talking about all of these things together and they're almost just one thing in my mind. But like in that article about A24's ridiculous $75 million deal with Google, one of the things it mentioned was Disney and OpenAI's $1 billion partnership. That fell through. That literally fell through. And I'm like, how can we allocate $1 billion for something that failed? But we're not actually putting that same amount of effort in research into things that will actually save people's lives. AI? Oh, please. Billions on billions on billions on billions. Open your purse. Billionaires are happy to give you money for that. But the actual like research it would take for people to be healthy, or just the actual healthcare that people who currently exist need, no, none of that. I guess that just pisses me off as well. It really, really, really does. Someone said measles, whooping cough, and syphilis, etc. is crazy right now. Just straight up regressing. It's evolving, but backwards. Someone said it's so stupid crazy. It very much is. Someone said we should bring back taxing millionaires. That's a big difference since the advent of the smallpox vax. Just redo the entire taxation system from the ground up, please. Make it very deeply uncool to be a wealth hoarder is what we need, honestly. Someone said, how much would a light rail cost, though? Or homeless shelters or like anything else? Literally anything else, I'm begging you. Literally, you could have used that $1 billion for, and I swear to God, anything. Oh, man. Oh, man. Someone said it's not exciting enough for them. It's not exciting enough for them, and it doesn't make them money. That's the thing. Investing $1 billion into AI in this current AI bubble, they thought it's going to make them hella money, but it didn't because your project failed. I'm so pissed off, man. I really, really am. Reading chat. Someone said there used to be so many more bugs. Okay, this is just sad. This is just sad. You're right, though. You're absolutely right. Someone said now homeless shelter, free housing. Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many, like, options. I feel like ultimately the best option would just be straight up homelessness not existing as a concept, because you don't actually need to have to like pay to live. We're literally in a pay to one system, and I agree. And the short term, I think things like universal basic income could be helpful temporarily, and stuff like that. But yeah, no, I feel like I've said this before, and like maybe this is not good practice or whatever, but my current thinking is like, I have my end goal for sure, which I'm constantly hoping that we make directional progress towards. But in the interim, I feel like there are some things that we can do that would just be useful. So if y'all are unwilling to envision a world in which you don't need money to live, then simply everyone should have money. It's that simple. I can't make you being the world, just move on from this capitalism thing, and you're going to force me to accept the reality that you have to have money to live. Well, then I would raise, okay, well then everyone should have money regardless of any other factor. If it literally costs for you to have a home, nobody should be lacking this thing. So universal basic income is lit. From that specific context in which we're dealing with a place where no other system is permissible. While we alleviate things in the short term, I would actually like to make it to where, why are we using money for these things in the first place anyway? It just pisses me off, man. It really, really does. Someone said, does bartering come to play? I wish. Bring that back, because that actually just seems fun in the first place. But also, like, bro, someone said the ants could get bigger and take over. Please don't wish Hunter x Hunter on us. We're going through enough already, please. Okay, I will say this. For as much as I was just talking about, like, oh, the bugs, and I'm sad because I love the creatures, and ants are fine as they are. We don't need bigger ants. And yes, as somebody who's watched the Chimera Ant arc, we certainly don't need ants big enough to interface with us as human beings, because I just don't think that's going to go well. Ants are more efficient than us in many ways, but they're also terrifying creatures if you think about it. They just don't seem that scary because they're very small. You don't want that joint magnified. No. So I take the ants over this. I mean, to be fair though, yeah, anything sounds better than what we have right now. It really, really does. Someone said universal basic income would have to acknowledge socialism. You said the socialism word, and the US will never go for that. Well, yes, of course, because socialism equals your whole country imploding, obviously, is what these people seem to think. Whack. Reading chat. Someone said you can't do bartering economy if you don't have local community. You know, basically, the part that sucks about a lot of these, like, political ideas or positions or whatever, a lot of them just stem from maybe you could be a little bit nicer. Literally, almost every political position that I have could equate to maybe we could just be nicer to people. That's it. And no one is willing to do that. So, like, because socialism makes life easier for so many people, aka is being nicer, no one wants to do that. Therefore, it's not happening in this country. Okay. And actually, it gets demonized, right? You could give very extreme versions of this, of like, hey, the military and all the deeply unethical things they're doing, killing people, let's stop. Let's be a bit nicer. No one wants to do that. So you demonize the people who are saying you should stop genocide and stop funding genocide. We are actually the problem. Because literally just the concept of not causing harm when you don't have to and alleviating harm where you can is antithetical to the status quo. And therefore, any and every suggestion that we could possibly move towards more good is met with like really staunch and deeply systemic pushback. And I think that is why progress is moving at what feels to be a glacial speed for me, and why it can be hard to remain hopeful, but I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I'm still going to try to be nicer. And I'm still going to hope that maybe someday we all get the memo. I don't know, dog. I really don't. Reading chat. Someone's in the military on the environment too. And then it's all connected. You're talking about this one thing and it has to do with this other thing. Talk about this other thing and it has to do with that other thing. It's so bad. Someone said people assume socialism equals communism and they hate communism because nobody knows what communism actually is. And as you say, nobody knows what socialism actually is. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Nobody knows what anarchism actually is. That's not a bad thing either, chat. Actually, as an idea, I just find it nearly impossible to disagree with. And yet, it's like Mad Max Fury Road, Furiosa. We're going to be in the desert, you know, driving 4x4s, ATVs. That's not what that means, actually. Someone said, I'm being the change I want to see in this world. That's literally all you can do. I mean, that's all you can do. Whatever power has been afforded to you, whether that's just being yourself or voting where you can, etc., as long as you're using that, there's not much else you can do. Reading chat, reading chat. Someone said anarcho-punks unite. Shout that out. We certainly aren't going to ban you here. Someone said that's just Burning Man. Yeah, what people think that anarchism is just Burning Man. That's just Joshua Tree. We were talking about an actual serious thing over here, but that's okay. That's fine. Someone said no one knows what anything is, LOL. Literally, I don't think anybody knows what... I don't think people know what capitalism is, actually, clearly. Or I don't think people would be supporting it. I don't think so. Like, especially not anybody who is not rich. Nobody would be supporting capitalism if you understood what it was. I feel. That's just my opinion. God, it's a mess, man. Someone said I took the political compass and got anarcho-communist. I don't remember what I got, but it was very close to the bottom left in the green area. I don't know which side of the screen is the left because I'm reversed. But like, yeah, it was good. I liked my result. I think it was like left. And plus those tests are weird as hell because I was giving what I considered to be pretty sane takes on most things, and they were basically acting like I was some sort of leftist extremist when I was literally just like, oh yeah, women can have jobs for sure. They don't just belong in the kitchen. Someone said, I think the biggest lesson I've learned over the past decade is that as human society, we will make progress, but after a couple of generations, we forget why we structured it a certain way and we regress. I mean, that's true, though. That's literally true, though. Because, like, seriously, I see what I perceive to be younger people. As a 27-year-old going on 28, there are a lot of adults that are much younger than me. And I see y'all like hee-heeing it up and ha-ha and all this like ironic / totally serious conservatism that sadly it is plaguing Gen Z. We're not becoming, I don't think we're becoming more conservative per se. It's just, it's not as dead as it should be among the youth. And I'm really thinking to myself, y'all don't even realize how bad the thing that you're hoping happens will be when it happens. And I just got cursed. And you don't even realize how bad it's going to be for you. That's the thing that I feel like happened. And also that was obviously the case with the most recent US election, obviously. I think it's safe to say that these people didn't clearly perceive how bad it would be for them. Now, I don't feel sorry for anybody who voted for Donald J. Trump. It's your fault that we're in this predicament, literally. I also, does anybody feel like low-key that Trump voters don't catch enough flack when we talk about whose responsibility this is? Let me explain this. There's a lot of talk in spaces, non-conservative spaces, where it's like we need to start thinking about whose fault it is. That there was not the leftism lost, even though I wouldn't really call either of our political parties leftism. But we need to think about, why did Trump lose? And we start looking at everybody on our side. And it's like, Trump won because we, as people on the left, didn't agree hard enough. Trump won because we, and it's like, I completely agree with you, obviously, that we need to be organizing and working together. Yeah, I don't think any of these conversations should stop. I just think y'all do realize at the end of the day that Trump won because a bunch of people voted for him. Sometimes I fear I run into more animosity for people, not the ones who actually voted, but the ones who orchestrated the situation in which it was a more of a victory than it could have been or should have been. And I'm like, it's funny to me. It's funny to me. At the end of the day, you can and maybe should blame whatever subset of people you want. I guess I agree, but like, he won because millions and millions and millions of people chose to be the worst person ever. We should have worked harder for sure. Obviously, but like, dog, come on now. You can't have more smoke. You can't have more smoke for anyone other than the Trump voters, in my opinion. That's just me personally. That's just me. Reading chat. Someone says, I think it makes us on the left feel like we have more control to blame ourselves. Okay, see, that's interesting. I don't feel like I've seen many people talk about that, but I would agree. And like, we are still to blame though, because things that are considered to be leftism really aren't. Like, here, let's stop beating around the bush. At the end of the day, if you as a Democrat are running and you're like, I'm pro-Israel and I'm not going to acknowledge a genocide, and a bunch of leftists are saying, hey, what's going on here? We shouldn't be voting for that. And then you lose. Yeah, that's actually your fault, obviously. So I'm not even trying to like remove responsibility from where I believe it should be put, but I do definitely feel like past a certain point, it is only so useful to like worry about, or not worry about, but past a certain point, I just feel like we have to remember the main arbiters of harm in this cause, which would be all of them. All of them voters over there. For real. It's just a mess. Someone said racism, misogyny, and candidates that don't care. There were so many things that just went wrong. So very many things that went wrong. Everything went wrong. And I guess that's maybe why it can feel cathartic to point to one of them and be like, it was definitely this thing, or it was definitely that thing. And it was some of those things, but like, oh my gosh, we got to open the schools though. Cause I feel like, here's the thing. If we have, as leftists, weren't like literally fighting against millions and millions of people who think that Donald John Trump is the right answer, we would be getting further along. So I just feel like I just wish the game was different from the outset. I wouldn't wish this on any of us. It's not an easy thing that we're doing in the first place at all. I just open the schools for the love of God, man. Open the schools, please. Reading chat. So that's a good question though. Someone said, what do we do with that if we blame people who voted for Trump? What do we do with that mindset? I think the way I interpret it, or the way I would put that, is like just remembering where most of your opposition should or could be devoted. You know what I mean? I think a lot of things that get labeled as quote unquote infighting on the left or whatever can stem from a blaming of certain parts for the problems that we're in. When, again, as I've said, I think probably 10 times at this point, I agree is true and acknowledge. But sometimes I also just feel like it is so useful for millions and millions of Trump voters for us to routinely kind of like not agree on things. And that doesn't, by the way, mean just like vote blue no matter who. That's literally not what I'm saying, actually. It's more so like, hey, can better candidates please run? But I just feel like it's just unfair. It's unfair. And at the end of the day, I know there's enough anger to go around, but I just wish less of it maybe it was towards people who ostensibly want the same thing. I don't know. It's so tricky. It's really, really, really tricky. It's I don't know. But at the same time, it's not that complicated either. Give us somebody good, please. Please. That's all I ask for. That's all I know. Someone says open the schools and restrict AI in schools. Yeah, no, it's a mess, dog. It is not good. It's not good. Someone said, but like, what can even be made unless one wants to be punitivist? And like, maybe one is. Well, this is going to sound harsh or whatever, but like, they're already being punished. I'm not saying there need to be repercussions. The repercussions are here. Everybody is worse off, except I think literally like the rich. I don't think anybody is in a better position after this recent election result, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and no, I guess there's nothing you can immediately do. Which sucks again, because it's like you're immediately suffering, but you can't immediately do anything about it. Ugh. Someone said my uncle voted for Trump and then was shocked when Trump started doing things he said he was going to do. Oh my god. Yeah, I will never understand that mindset personally. I really, really won't. Someone in chat said us leftists should run from a third party because the Democrat Party won't allow for much progress. It's so tricky. I don't know. Like, yeah, it's just tricky. I don't know. The system is beyond flawed, I guess, is all I can really say. It's not easy for anybody. Even people here who live in this country and actually want good for everyone, we don't really have like that many paths forward to good. I feel like that's something that maybe some people don't seem to realize about the United States, is like, yes, it is sadly comprised of a lot of people who will just vote for the worst things imaginable. But like when you actually are somebody here who does want good for everyone, your options are limited as hell. And you wind up being kind of without the same amount of power as you would have if you just chose to capitulate and support the status quo. So it's like, I feel like we have this conception in other places as a country that just doesn't care about what happens to itself. And it's like, I know it seems that way, obviously, from the outside, because objectively that is what keeps happening. But how do I explain the impossibility of actually wanting to affect change without having the power to do so? It's just so bad, man. It's so bad. Someone said from the outside, it really looks like an empire falling. It is, basically. I can't disagree with that. Someone said go stand for office, people. Someone said, I kind of like the strategy of taking over dim infrastructure with leftist candidates. We've been trying for the third party thing for decades and decades. I will agree, though. High key, actually. Like, I feel as though that's a pretty decent strat. I'm not saying abandon third party anything. These people do amazing work. What I'm saying is, like, you know, can I use Mamdani as an example? He's the first person who came to mind. I mean, I don't live in New York, right? But like, if you look at his policies, whereas he's obviously like a human being, he's a person, he is fallible, he's not God. He, to me, does appear to stand on business a lot harder than other people who are considered to be Democrats or whatever. And I feel like this is a pretty good place to start. As much as I would like for us to not have to worry about operating within this infrastructure, if we could just get more people who got that dog in them and are good at being a politician, as he is as well, that we could start there. Maybe let's start there. Democrats are not actually terrible people, and he's not the only one, by the way, by any means. But yeah, that gives me a little bit of hope. I feel personally, somewhat, not enough for me to start getting silly and thinking, you know, being delusional and like, yeah, we're gonna fix this because we just need like 1 or 2 more Zoran Mamdanis and then everything will be fine. That's not going to happen in that exact way, but he's getting a lot further than I thought he would, while saying some things that I didn't expect to hear from a politician. So I love that for not me, because I'm not in New York, but I still love that for us as a country. It feels like progress somewhat. And that is why I'm not fatalistic. This is not me pinning all my hopes and dreams on one human. Tried that, been there, done that, didn't work. It's just more so like, maybe there's a little bit more leeway than it seems, hopefully. And the more he normalizes a lot of this stuff in people's minds, the better. Because then, here's the thing. Like, Zoran is like here or whatever. We could maybe get someone who's even even more out there, but like no one realizes because you just play by that same playbook of basically in name seeming like you're playing by the same rules that have always been there, but actually, you know, I don't know. That's what I want. Someone said each step makes the next easier. Yeah, exactly. I'm very excited about the possibility of it being doable. I'm not excited that anything has happened. I'm excited that maybe someday something could theoretically occur. And that's it. That's all I've got. Someone said it's so rough because they can change and become less dog in them, more corporate. That's why you can't pin your hopes and dreams on any one individual person. I think this has to be more of a collective thing where we're looking for these types of people any and everywhere that we can find them. Someone said incrementalism sucks, but it works. And it does suck, by the way. I still don't think that we should have to be happy with this sort of glacial progress. I don't think it's good enough by any means. But I will certainly take what I can get. In the meantime, I really, really will. Someone said Mom Dying should not be the end point. No, absolutely not. Maybe like a midpoint or a point in a larger story about how we get less stupid with this whole two-party system thing and we stop demonizing socialist talking points. Yay. Reading chat. Someone said, while it's not perfect, he's proof that socialism does work when the people aren't corrupted and actually stand on morals. Yeah, no, like, and dog, it's nice, I guess, to see from over here on the outside. More of that, less of everything else. Someone says, so there's hope. A mayor in Maine or Massachusetts, I don't know, is taking Mamdani's blueprint. So there's hope. Yeah, no, I just don't think he's going to be the only one. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. So yeah, but what can you do? And the thing is too, whereas I'm not going to sit here and like start standing or glazing previous Democratic politicians, because that's just not how I operate. I do feel like everybody makes it a little easier for the next person to come along. Not everybody. There are some people who run in this party and they just try to pull the rug up from under them, pull the ladder up, rug out from everybody else. And these people suck real bad. But like, we get more woke as time goes on, and I appreciate it. I really, really do. Someone said we're not down bad enough yet for anyone to want to go through with violent revolution, and I don't think we should want that. Yeah, I mean, like, so me remembering I'm on YouTube on the live stream and not just like talking to friends in private. Violence. I'm trying to think of how to word this. I'm pretty sure I've said this before too. We shouldn't want violence to be the answer. I think growing up, I was taught that violence was never the answer. Violence is never the answer. So I believe that to be true. But now that I'm a little bit more, I don't know, have cracked open a history book ever, I believe it's more so that we shouldn't want violence to be the answer ever. And that's pretty much it. I certainly don't want that to be the case. And I hope it's not. You know what I mean? There are literally paths forward that don't involve this, but they do involve things that don't seem likely to occur, and that can make it sad to theorize about. It really, really can. Oh man. Reading chat. Someone said violence is not the answer. I mean, I just feel like somebody is going to clip this. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if someone clips this, because I'm literally just talking about history and revolution towards conditions that were better for people. You can argue until the cows come home about whether or not violence was the answer, but like, it was certainly the solution to a few problems that were plaguing society and oppressing the people. Answer, I don't know. Solution, I could point to a few parts in history book where the people were like, actually the ruling class were kind of over it, and then they solved a problem. I don't know what to say about that. I know it's not like cute, it's not fun to hear, and it's kind of scary to think about, but frankly, I can only go off of what actually literally occurred multiple times. And then you know what the problem is too? This is like, we're real bad about this. Things that appear to be nonviolent weren't always nonviolent though. That's the thing. I think about the American Civil Rights Movement, right? Which, as it's portrayed in the United States, kind of seems like, as children are taught, amazing people like Martin Luther King Jr. showed up, and were basically like, we have to be super peaceful until people are nice to us, even though that's absolutely not what he said, not what Dr. King said at all. But that's how we're taught in school. Like, oh, the people were oppressed and then they were just super peaceful about it. And then things got better. But to frame it that way is to ignore, honestly, there was a lot of violence that occurred during the civil rights movement. For real. And actually, the prime target of that was Dr. King. What do you mean? He was assassinated. It was all violent. I think peace is a deeply important part of any sort of movement, obviously. But I just think like this view we have of history where there are times where we can just like kumbaya hard enough into a better place when one group of people is staunchly refusing to change their behavior. It's not supported. Historically, it's really, really not. Someone says, and that was not a long time ago. It was not a long time ago, but they literally do everything they can. They being just literally like the institution of American education. Not our teachers who were trying, but the actual status quo itself as manifested through our history books will literally try to make these things seem older and further away than they actually were. So we start thinking about it. I tell anybody who knows, but like my grandparents were literally alive during some of this. They're still here. What do you mean? It didn't occur that long ago, guys. Someone said they sugarcoated MLK's history, but not Malcolm X's. Exactly. So yeah, no, I never want violence to happen. It can be really, really tricky in this world to say this without sounding like an op, right? Because here's the thing. I'm not going to name names now because now YouTube is going to get mad. But when acts of violence happen against oppressive people, a lot of times you will get people being like, okay, good, or cool, or whatever. And then you get this massive wave of people being like, no, violence is always bad. You can never, ever, ever acknowledge that actually it might be better, that this evil is not persisting anymore. And because of those annoying people exist, you're not usually going to catch me being super like anti this. The truth of the matter is, though, as a person who struggles with confrontation, I would still actually prefer that nothing bad ever happened to anybody, that we all just woke up tomorrow and made an agreement. Honestly, anytime anything violent happens, my heart still sinks. It does. It doesn't matter who it happens to, by the way. Violence is terrifying. Because my mind always goes to retaliation, and I can't stop that from happening, especially when retaliation has been used as a tool against so many people, including mine, for so long. So I'm never ever going to be somebody, I guess, who is happy about the existence of it. However, it's just simply irresponsible and misinformed for me to argue that it has no utility, because to do so would be to be ignoring my own history and ignoring the plight of literally untold millions of people who would benefit from change as quickly as possible, no matter how that was brought about, I guess. So it's just hard for me, honestly, being somebody who I feel like a very nonviolent person. I don't ever want anybody to die because I'm stupid, I guess. It makes me sad. but I still can't be somebody blocking what is ultimately progress towards an end. You know what I mean? I just can't do it. So yeah, I've had to really come a long way. I've had to come a long way with my thoughts on that. I'm like, how do I be the peaceful person that I am without being an op who ignores history? And I've just basically realized, hey, what will happen will happen. My current stance, someone said thank you so much for speaking on this. My current stance is I basically just stay out the way. So I'm not a violent person. I'm not going to do anything violent towards another person ever, right? However, this was to occur, as it has multiple times recently. I'm also not going to be that person martyring in front of everyone like, no, please stop it, everybody. I'm just minding my own business. That's what I do. As a non-violent person who wants to also just not be an op, I'm on my own business. I'm like, oh, dang, they got him? Wow, that's not how I would have handled that situation. Anyways, and I move on with my life. And I would do the same for anybody who is currently an op. I'ma be real with you. That's how I feel. Some said 100% with you on this. Yeah, no, like when they was like DJT was up there on the podium and they almost got him on the ear or whatever, near the ear, whatever. I don't know what happened or did not happen. I was just kind of like, wow. That's not what I would have done. Anyway, and that's where I am. I'm not going to be an op no more. I really, really am not. I don't feel like that's me betraying my nonviolent tendencies. I'm still myself. I didn't shoot nobody. But yeah, no, it's just hard, man. It's tricky. Some mama didn't raise no snitch. Exactly. They're going to ask like, what did you see? And I was like, see? I didn't even have my eyes open. What? Was I there? They're going to be like, D'Angelo, this occurred in front of you. We have you on CCTV witnessing this. And I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, when is this footage from? I'm sorry. That's going to be me. That's literally going to be me. Listen. They could have asked me about Luigi. Let me get some visual aids up in here. I want pictures for this. Oh my god. Never mind, because my computer's not working. My computer's trying to save me from going down a path that YouTube's not going to like, but we're already here. They could have asked me about Luigi. I could have literally been there when it happened. And I would have been like, oh, I got you. Let me pull up the meme I'm looking for. I would have been sitting there like Keke Palmer talking about, I hate to say it, I hope I don't sound ridiculous, but I don't know who this man is. I'm sorry to this man. I don't know. I wasn't there. I was minding my own. Maybe I was there. I guess I was just minding my own business. I'm not going to be an op no more. I'm tired of it. There's too many. Sometimes I didn't see nothing. I didn't see anything. I was literally on my phone, actually. So I don't know. What can I tell you? So I can't spell. So I hope I don't sound ridiculous. So is that right? That's going to be me, honestly. I feel like there's roles for everybody in this world. And as a nonviolent person, I've been called to remain as such, but also to not be an up. Don't be a menace. That's how I feel. But anyways, I got to stop talking about assassination and violence now. I should stop. But you get my point. I just want you to know my stance. Because I just feel like, frankly, I played the game for so long on YouTube where I would like dance around things. I very intentionally danced around things. Proudly at that time. I'm not proud of it anymore. I didn't want to piss people off. I didn't want to make things political. When I saw that things would have a political angle to them, I would leave it out because I was literally in my mind just doing internet commentary. That's it. It had nothing in my mind to do with any of that. But like, I'm tired of all of this. And this is at the end of the day my job, and a job is a part of your life. Yes, I make things that aren't real. Videos aren't real. MP4 files are literally just silly numbers that have been arranged in a video format that appears to be audio and video, but the thing that you're watching right now doesn't even exist. You're literally just perceiving data. However, this is still my life. I am still me, and I just can't sit around anymore. Not for 12 hours a week. Like maybe it was okay to be a little bit less politically whatever in my content when I was like putting out less of it, but it's just you're getting too much of me at this point. And I can't help but I don't even think I'm being inflammatory. I just feel like I'm being honest. I know it alienates some people too. I've not like currently, I think everyone's good, but every now and then I'm like, oh, I'm sure I totally just like maybe some people were like the way I used to be, and they just don't like the idea of violence being acknowledged at all, or they think it's never the answer. Or maybe some people think I'm being divisive or whatever, but like, allow me to draw the line. Allow me to draw the line. I would like to divide you currently into people who agree with me and people who don't. I'm not going to let anybody convince me that that's a bad thing anymore. I just don't want weirdos watching my content. Sorry. I'm all good. Someone said it does exist and it does have great value, but it's not something you can hold in your hands like a piece of bread. It's true though. Like I do a lot of like talking down of my content while simultaneously talking it up. I think for me, I try to be radically big-headed and also nothing. That's what I do. I don't think that this makes sense maybe to most people, but every single day I literally tell myself, you have, not every single day because sometimes I forget, but I try to tell myself at least multiple times a week, D'Angelo, you have the coolest job in the world. Everybody wants to be, well, I tell myself that everybody wants to be me because I'm literally delusional, but I'm like, everybody wants to do online some kind of way, and you actually get to do it. Like, what you're doing is super cool. And then I take that energy and I use it to try to do a good job. I try to be a good streamer. I try to have my facts correct. I try to be entertaining to the best of my ability. I try to put out hella content. 3 videos a week, 12 videos a month, usually like 14 or whatever. I try to create a world online that is a nice space for people because I feel like I'm doing something cool. And then every night before bed, I try to tell myself, D'Angelo, you have done nothing today. And I know that might sound really harsh, but it's not negative self-talk. It really isn't. Every night, not every night, because sometimes I forget, but multiple times a week, before I go to bed, I remind myself actually that everything that happened, even though the feelings were real, it took place virtually. And the world would have continued revolving, even if it didn't happen. That ultimately, nothing is that big of a deal when it's happening on youtube.com. And also, like, you shouldn't really put too much stock into any one thing that you're doing because you never know how it could turn out. And then I go to bed not feeling all that pressure. So yeah, I just oscillate wildly between thinking that everything I'm doing is real and it's happening right now, and then also that it's literally just numbers. I'm just a cog in a machine, and it's a coincidence that any of you are here right now, even though there's nowhere I would rather you be. Thank you. And it helps me because I feel like at any point throughout the day, I will be somewhere between those 2 points, but it's usually enough to keep me going. It's great. It's great. Reading chat. Someone said I made it this time. You made it as I'm literally talking about myself. That's so funny. Someone said being perceived is scary. Being perceived is scary. Yeah. It is. It's not easy for me, especially, I know that sounds stupid, right? With everything I just said, but like, being perceived. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like my biggest L was being born in a human body. Like that was a mistake. I know for sure I was just supposed to be a vibe. That's it. I know for sure that I was just like, I was like a light or like something. I don't think I was supposed to be this, but alas, something got lost in translation. And so if we're going to be perceived, then what are y'all going to perceive? Perfection, frankly. What are y'all going to perceive? The 9-course meal. No crumbs. That's how I feel. It certainly wasn't my choice. I didn't ask to be born. But since I was, I guess I'll give the rest of you life, you know? You've got to be kind of annoying as an influencer. I think it makes for better content. You just can't believe it all the way. Believe 99% of the way that you're the best person ever. Someone said the most non-binary thing I've ever heard. Yeah, for me, it's also that too. Of just like, oh man, woman. I don't know. Womp, 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 womp. My friends make fun of me too, which I hate them for this. They literally, they sent me this message that I had sent to them years ago before I ever would have used the word non-binary to refer to myself ever. And I guess I said 5 years ago, one of my friends had said, why am I referring to men like they're some external mysterious beings? And 5 years ago, I'm caught red-handed. I said, but don't you feel that way sometimes? That men are kind of external mysterious beings? I really have periods where I'm like, what does it even mean to be a man if I'm so far removed from this commonly shared idea of what it is? And then my friend said, let's not go down that rabbit hole. And I was like, you're right, or we'd be here for 10 hours. And I just think about how sometimes, like, what was the point of me ever thinking that I wasn't this when I always was? That's how I feel. It's how I feel about being ace too, where I'm just like, I almost was like, I don't even need to like come out as anything because I've just always been the same thing. I've always just been the same. I just didn't know what it was because I was stupid. I wasn't stupid. I was young, and there's a really big difference. No, there's not, actually. Someone said, what pronouns do you use? I use he, him, and question marks, but no one can pronounce that, so just he, him. That's all. Someone said the signs were there. Bro, they've been there forever. I found this would have been like way before like I even started YouTube. So I guess back when I was still in college or whatever, maybe it was like 17, 18, almost 10 years ago is what I'm getting at here. I vision board everything, by the way, including my YouTube channel. Before I ever had 100,000 subscribers, I photoshopped my channel. I took a screenshot and I changed the part where it said however many subscribers I had. I replaced it with 100K so I could see what it looked like, and then I was able to get there. And then I did the same thing for 1 million on my other channel, and best believe it, that's why I'm going to get 1 million here. But yeah, I have to visualize everything before I can achieve it. And so I had written out like a bio. I used to draw a lot of my own bios just by hand because I didn't even have Photoshop, but I still knew I was going to try to do the influencer thing, which is insane. Literally like a sketchbook full of Instagram bios. But I had written like a bunch of usernames. I was like, oh no, I'm going to use this username. I'm going to use that username. Then I'm going to use this username. And then I had written out, I guess, my age and pronouns. And I was like 17, he/they. And I crossed that out. And I was like 17, he/him. And I was like, I didn't remember doing that, I guess. It's really, really interesting to think that like for at least the past 10 years, I have always on some level been open to the idea of being who I am. And I just thought that openness was just me being a normal person. Because I think everybody should be open to the idea that you could be more than or different than you are now. But I just didn't realize it's not the most normal thing. Or by normal, I mean, it's not the most cis thing ever to sit around and think about which pronouns you're going to put in your imaginary Instagram bio and then reverting to he, him on a whim. Yeah, I don't know. It's just nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. I don't know. That's also why too, this is kind of funny, kind of not, but I feel like I've never gotten to like come out, and I don't have the desire to do so. I literally love a coming out. Nothing is more joyous, nothing is more exciting. However, the kind of person that I am, and just me individually, the idea of everybody collectively stopping to think about my gender and or sexuality for any reason is the opposite of what gives me euphoria. So because of this, I just feel like I don't know. I just realized at one point that obviously this thing I had been doing was non-binary, so I just said it once and no one questioned me, and I was like, okay, good. I did this in real life first and then on the internet, and I was like, wow, I never even like had to come out. That's so funny. So like I don't have a coming out story, and I'm not lacking one. I'm fine. I just had my own experience, which was just, if somebody had told me when I was 5 years old, hey, the way that you feel is this thing, probably that would have been what I had said since I was 5, and it wouldn't have taken 20 odd years. Really. Someone said folks just want to know if they have a chance. I'm sure they do. Someone said that's such an amazing way to refer to coming out. Yeah, no, for me, I don't know, bro. But that's just me. I feel like I don't know. I don't talk about it. I don't talk about like the sad parts of it a lot, because I think that being non-binary is actually mostly a really cool and awesome thing. I think though it can be sometimes sad in that, I guess June's the best time to talk about this, right? I can get away with it. Sometimes I feel like I'm missing, sometimes I feel like I'm missing everything. Being non-binary and aspec, I feel like with my actual lack of a gender or sexuality, I've missed something. But I set those parts aside and I'm like, that's not true, and that's not an accurate read of the situation. But then sometimes I feel like I'm missing out on some imaginary version of this like queer experience, because so much of who I am is about not being things instead of being things. You know what I mean? Because I am non this and I am a that, and everything is anti and un and not. Sometimes I feel like, oh man, I never really was able to like revel in being something. I just had to let everybody know the many things that I wasn't, and it didn't feel as like celebratory as I wanted it to. But then whenever I get into that like space, I just start reminding me of like, that is still a thing to be. I am not. I am non-binary, right? I am ace spec. All these things, like I am something actually, and it doesn't matter if nobody wants to recognize me or I run into problems with being referred to in the way that I want to be perceived. It doesn't matter if you hear all of this and you just roll your eyes and think I'm a man. I am what I am. Honestly, I am something. It just happens to be not anything. Lol. But yeah, it's been a very interesting experience. These 27 years of being here and queer. What can you do? What can you do? Someone said very unconformist energy. Yeah. Someone said, as a cis woman, you're not missing anything on this end. Oh yeah, dating men is not. So I mean, you didn't say you were straight per se, but I was just thinking about like the idea of being something. I've never told anybody this, but low key, high key, like actually key. Even if I was somebody who would date a man, which actually theoretically, I guess I would. I don't really care. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't do it. I want to do it. I'm sorry. I could. I think about it sometimes. I'm just like, you literally could. You could do anything you want. I mean, as long as somebody else wants you, I guess. I I'm just not putting up with that. I would never. It's not happening. I'm lucky. I recognize myself as lucky that I have a choice, and I'm exercising that choice. It's never, ever, 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 ever going to happen. I don't want to be in a relationship with a man at the end of the day. Sorry. It's not even an attraction thing at all. Or maybe I would just have to literally find the exception to the rule. I think it's like the person himself is fine. That's not the issue. It's the process of trying to find that person I'm so uninterested in. I can't tell. Nothing is less appealing to me than the idea of interfacing with multiple men in a romantic sense in order to find out which one of them are not terrifying. So I realized I'm not going to do it. The end. Yay. Fantastic. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know if that sounds insensitive, but I also don't care. I don't care. I really, really, really don't. It's mess for me, dog. It's mess for me. Reading chat. Everybody's getting so open. I'm not even reading some of these messages because y'all are putting them public, but they're very like personal, and I appreciate it. I like that we can be open here. Let's just be honest. Someone said I found my exception when I stopped trying to date and deleted my apps. The exceptions exist, obviously. I try to be the exception also. I try to be the exception because, funnily enough, for all the non-binary stuff I said, I am also a man. But can I blame anybody for not wanting to play the game? No, because I realize I'm not playing the game either, dog. It's a no for me. Maybe absolutely not. Somebody said same. The idea with a relationship with a man low-key makes me gag. I just want to run to the hills. You're valid. Don't let nobody tell you nothing about that. That's just your personal take. As long as that's a you thing and not something you're using to judge other people, it doesn't matter. Nobody can stop you. Someone said I respect people who do their thing. Yeah, let people do their thing and let me do my thing, or not do anything. That's my favorite pastime as an ace person. Let me not do any of the things, actually. Or I do whatever I want, and none of you can stop me, he said petulantly. Someone said MB Ace Gang. I love y'all. Let's go. We got some MB to MB communication in the chat. For real. It's fantastic. Someone said, as a non-binary person who prefers to date men, it's hard. I would imagine. I will say, though, like, oh God, was I literally about to say not all men? Okay. Pause. I'm not bringing this up as a rebuttal to pointing out issues with men. I will just say, obviously, good people exist. Right? I think that's a little different than not all men. Good people exist. Finding them, God. Needle, haystack. No, it's more like finding a single piece of hay and a stack of needles, to be honest. But the good news is good people exist all over the place. Some of them, I suppose, are men. So there you go. There you have it. I know plenty of good guys. Do I? I know some good guys. And I know plenty of people who are in good relationships with guys, and I'm happy for them. So yeah, I guess it's less about like wanting men to ever rise to the occasion, which doesn't seem like that will ever happen, and more about just hopefully finding a good person who happens to be a man, because that does happen. That does happen. Someone says sorcery helps the finding. I mean, at this point, I bet it is a better option than online dating. You got some, I don't know, dude. I mean, no, wait. I just watched Obsession. Sorcery is not a good substitute for dating. But you get my point. Oh my gosh. Someone says sometimes men are good. Sometimes. This is a safe space to say that sometimes men are good. Sometimes. I think the thing is too, the thing about like, yes, all men, or rather like it's not all men, but it is always a man. It's kind of like saying, okay, this is a crazy analogy. It's kind of like saying all cops are bad, which is also true. It's not that every single human being who is a law enforcement officer is terrible. It's that there's not a way of doing it that is good, basically. And you can't really be part of this system while claiming to be an agent of good when the system itself is wreaking so much harm. Similarly, the uncritical, unchallenged idea of what being a man is in this society under patriarchy is harmful. That's not a good thing. You should basically teach, someone who's going to grow up to be a man, please teach them the opposite of everything that is considered to be quote unquote a man. So I feel like when guys are pushing back against this, not all men, and you have people saying, really, then why is it always a man? Because it's literally like, man means multiple things, I guess. It can refer to individual humans, and of course, individual humans can be beautiful people. Not cops, though. That's where my analogy stops. But like, collectively as an institution, we got to work on this definition of men, I think, before we can start accepting this idea of it's a great thing. I don't know. I'm starting to feel like guys are going to hear me saying this and think that I'm disparaging us, but like, I can't stress this enough. I'm literally a man. I'm saying this as a man, not as somebody outside of this group or whatever, even though you're free to say it if you are. As a man, I just think if we stop associating our current definition of man and we reorganize this, restructure it from the ground up, we can move towards peace or whatever. I don't think we have to be pessimistic about it. I guess it's fair to be pessimistic if you're dealing with people who are unwilling to reevaluate what it means to be a man, I guess. It's understandable to me. But yeah, no, like, bro, we're literally falling off, and it's like embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing. I'm not like ashamed to be anything that I am, and I can't change anything that I am. So I'm not going to say I'm ashamed to be a man. But can I be ashamed of the definition that we've all agreed on for man? Can I be ashamed of that? Because I am. That's the part that I'm ashamed of, not who I am. I'm never changing, and I have no desire to do so. It's shameful, I guess, that it's synonymous with like getting away with all of these things and doing the bare minimum and all these other things and being protected by your bros when you have all of these allegations or you have done things, and the things that we have worked to associate it with just suck. And I'm really, 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 really over it. Super bad. It's so bad. Some of the best men I know don't care to be manly because it's not a good ideal. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is, honestly. Someone said you should never be ashamed of what you were born as, but you can be ashamed of other people. You can be ashamed of other people, and I am. I'm over it, honestly. Other people's actions. Yeah, I agree. Someone said, I ain't ashamed to be a man, but I can't associate with a lot of you. That's me for real. That's me for real. Like, I'm happy to just be what I am, but I really got to make sure I'm not being what people are going to assume I am based off of the man label. That's just a mess, dog. That's a mess. Someone says, as that same non-binary who made the comment you read a while ago, I also want to disclose that I've stopped dating for months. Being single is also lit. That's the thing that I feel is underrated. Being with somebody and sharing that joy is wonderful, obviously. But also like, not having someone to worry about. My God. As long as you got your friends, as long as you got some stuff to do, some people to talk to, and you don't even have to worry really that deeply about another person, sometimes there are periods of your life where that's nice as well. It really, really is. Oh my God. Someone said my partner has struggled with their gender identity because they're like, do I not identify with being a man or just what society says is a man? I'm not going to say that's all of us, but I do feel like low key, if you have ever had any sort of gender anything. Even if you were just cis. That's such a common question for real. Of like, is it that I'm not this thing? Or am I not what everyone has decided that this thing is? I swear to God, even my cis friends say the same thing. And I'm like, not cool. I'm sorry to hear that. But this is kind of getting to my larger point of the binary is a prison. We're all trapped, literally, while simultaneously being our own wardens. And that to me is the biggest signal that we need to let go of our ideas of what gender can even be. Because that's so real of just like, what is it that is making me dysphoric or unsatisfied or this, that, the other? Is it actually me? You know, I wish we could get rid of the societal idea that lives within all of us. Someone said, as a trans guy, I felt that seriously. I don't want to identify with what society labels as man. Yeah, no, that's a real one. I can't say I've never experienced that. I did have a point where I was like, am I a man? It was a mess, man. It was absolutely a mess. Someone said, as a cis person, I've definitely questioned that. Yeah, no, it's and I also believe, hot take, even though I don't even think it's that hot of a take, nobody is society's definition of a man or woman. A lot of people are men. A lot of people are women. Obviously, however you identify, that is what you are. But that's how you identify. Society identifying you as such, chat, I'm going to be honest, I don't even think that's a thing. I just don't think that's a thing. I don't think that's a thing. The thing that, like, when I was a boy and everybody was telling me I had to be, I don't think that was a possible thing for me to be. I don't think you can be society's idea of a man or a woman. You're just only that because that's who you actually are on the inside. So when I started realizing that helped me a little bit. I let go of this idea of like, okay, even when I do continue to identify as a man, this isn't me identifying as what society says as a man, because that's not real. It helps me a lot retain the parts of my identity that are important to me. Someone say you're just you. Yeah, for real. Reading chat. Sometimes I wish we didn't have to label stuff and we could just vibe and exist. The labels are helpful in the ways that they're helpful. They can be unhelpful in other ways, but like at the end of the day, just be a cool person, bro. That's all I ask. I know that sounds like a reductionist summary of this very complex conversation that we've had, but on God, just try to be cool. Try to be a good hang. I don't know. What else could you really do? Someone said clavicular is proof you're right. It's impossible. Well, that's the thing about looks maxing. You have turned your pursuit of this bogus masculine ideal, which, by the way, can I say is rooted in queerness, or is that going to get annoying? Can I put that little line in there? Cause it's hard to ignore that. I'm not actually saying that pretty men equals gay. I'm just saying on some level, the thing that you're chasing and aspiring, you're trying super, super hard to disconnect this from queerness, and you can't. But anyways, that's not important, and that's not what I was going to say. You're trying so hard to pursue this masculine ideal that you have twisted into something terrible that is no longer what it once was. It has now turned into this horrible, detrimental, destructive thing. And the reason it's ultimately going to kill you is because you can't win. You've picked something that doesn't have an end point. I think all of these looks maxing people are thinking like, yeah, we're just going to go for this procedure and that procedure, and we got to get the hunter eyes and the, I don't know. I always forget what it is that they're looking for because it just makes me laugh. And it's like, at the end of the day, you will never win because you're never going to look like whatever it is you think. Not because you're ugly. Clavicular was never at any point the type of dude that you look at and you're just like, oh, wow, he's ugly. So you haven't gotten closer to anything, no matter what you're doing. You're just spinning your wheels. And that is what really gets me about looks maxing. At the end of the day, you can't win. So what are you doing? Why are you changing anything? You're not making your life easier. It's so stupid. Someone said hunter eyes. I swear to God, hunter eyes are literally a thing in the looks maxing community where these guys get sad, question mark, that they have round eyes. Literally. And they will try to, whether that is with surgery or whatever, try to have like, I guess just eyes that are like straighter across or appear less round, because they will say that like round eyes are like prey eyes or something. It's so stupid, dog. It's so stupid. It's insane. But anyways, nah, it's insane. It really is. Someone said, I don't know this vocab. That's because you're a well-adjusted person. That's why you don't know this. You need to be proud of yourself and upset with me for introducing this to you. If we're being honest. Someone says, a guy with big, beautiful brown eyes, I love them. And you should. Round eyes are a great feature. I think all features are great, honestly. Like, hello? So many people have round eyes. Why would one be preferable to the other? It's just really stupid. I guess eyes can be striking if they look... No, your eyes can be striking no matter how they look. I'm trying to rationalize this, and it's all just stupidity. Someone said positive cancel tilt. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. That one I don't know. It's something to do with your skull or something. But yeah, it's absolutely idiotic, man. It's idiotic. Someone said looks maxing ideals just seem like white bread. Yeah, they want to turn you into one picture, basically. And I'm like, that's hot to you? All just looking like the same vague idea of handsome man? Okay, sure. Sure, I suppose. Some say I would love round eyes on anybody. Yeah, it's always going to be justice for the underrepresented features. Like, why demonize people's normal eyes? All eyes are normal if those are the ones you were born with. Round eyes are great. Don't let looks maxers convince you that that's a bad feature. That's so goofy. Someone says it's because women have rounder eyes on average. Well, yes. A lot of looks maxing is incredibly... It's everything phobic, actually. Literally. But I would say like odd misogyny-based ideals of femininity being a horrible thing, even if it's visual. Even though, again, we're getting into tricky territory because how exactly do you look... whatever. All of this is playing into this, and it's bad. It's very, very bad. Sometimes I've also been told I can't be a guy because I have long eyelashes. Guys will just be so stupid. I got constantly not picked on about my eyelashes when I was younger, but like they were pointed out. But delusionally, I was just like, oh, this must be great. My eyelashes are noticeable. Blink, blink, blink. Like, cast me over here like Marilyn Monroe. I feel like everything that anybody ever tried to say about me when I was a kid, because I was bad at reading their tone, I just thought I was being complimented. So it's like, I knew on some level that I had like a soft face, soft features, kind of. I don't know if I have soft features, but anyways, I was never insecure in that way. I was insecure about a lot of things as a child, but I was just like, anything that anybody ever points out about my face must be because it's good. And I still believe that. I still believe that. So your eyes are gorgeous. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. So the long eyelashes are a testosterone thing. See, it doesn't even make sense to hate this feature. It's stupid, bro. So stupid. Someone said androgenic looks maxer literally wears mascara. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's get into why I was saying looks maxing. You're already just stealing this from queer culture. Okay. Listen to me, please. You'll have to understand, as you well know, it's not gay to put makeup on your face. You're not going to turn into a girl because you put some eyeliner on. And it's absolutely not feminine to want to take care of your skin or do all of these things or whatever. And gay, feminine, not the same thing in the first place anyway. What I'm getting at here is, you know who Clavicular's number one idol is, right? Is this him and his partner actually, or is this just him and a co-star? I don't know. It's this Matt Bomer guy, right? Oh, I can't even find the picture I was looking for. But like, unless I'm confusing him with someone else, this is literally like an openly gay man who y'all are crowning. You're crowning the number one, which I understand. I have eyes. I don't really have types in the traditional sense, so I wouldn't say he looks more attractive than other people. But yes, obviously, if you have a defined jaw and the infamous hunter eyes, the well-defined brow ridge and all of this, he's vision board material. So you're like, okay, we're gonna idolize this man right here. Someone said he is. He's gay. We're gonna be like, okay, this gay man is the most beautiful person objectively. Duh. Next step. We need to make ourselves as pretty as possible in an attempt to move ourselves closer to this ideal. And so now we're getting into this territory where you're moving through life worried about whether your face is beat to the gods. You're trying to make sure that you're mogging. That's looks maxing terms, right? Mogging. So that's a very stupid term, which basically just means when you're like outclassing somebody that you're standing next to, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, two guys could stand next to each other, even though I don't think this is two guys, and one guy will say, I'm mogging the other one. It's like, baby, you're not mogging, you're serving. You're trying to serve. I've already adopted the wrist posture. It sounds like you're worried about serving, which is a little bit different than mogging. Okay, so let's think about this. We've got a gay icon, Matt Bomer, on our vision board, and we're constantly worried about, oh my God, am I serving right now? Oh my God, I gotta fix this picture. Did I serve in this picture? Oh my God, I gotta fix my angle. It's getting odd. But that's fine. That's fine. I could ignore all of that. What I can't ignore is then you turn around. Someone says slaying. It's literally slaying. Mogging is just slaying for looks maxers. They're constantly asking themselves, am I slaying right now? So you want to slay. You want to look, well, you can't look gay, but, and then, you're not even worried about being attractive to women. You're not doing all of this to then enter spaces and show women, hey, look at all these things I did. I followed my icon skincare routine to the letter. I made sure I slayed in every single picture. Skin, T. Hair, T. Everything serve. Everything boots the house down. No. You're going into spaces with other men and you're asking them if you're attractive. That's the ultimate expression of looks maxing. Nobody is on forums with women asking each other, hey, ladies, what do you think about my new nose job? You then turn around and immediately seek out the validation and visual approval of your fellow men to make sure that all of these things you're doing made you more attractive to them. Because truthfully, everything about looks maxing is based off of what men find attractive in men. It's just true. I feel like I'm not like, this doesn't feel like a reach. I don't even know how you could possibly interpret it in any other way. So it just feels so stupid. If you actually go out in real life and try to figure out what women find attractive, you're immediately going to learn the answer is everything. Everything. In the end, everything. Nothing. Everything in between, everything and nothing. I just feel like y'all are losing this game from the start. You will never, ever make me understand looks maxing when it's literally a bunch of dudes just hyping each other up and being like, they don't want to use the right language. They're not going to be like, oh my God, queen, you ate that. They're going to be like, oh, nice. I think that bumped you up from a 6 to a 7. And now you can go mog the competition. The mewing is really paying off, but you're literally just saying like, oh my God, you're so hot now. It's so stupid, man. It's so stupid. But yeah. hopefully my explanation clues you into why I'm saying it's not me saying it's gay to have skincare routine. It's not. It's not gay to want to look pretty or attractive. I think these are things that men should be more interested in doing. I can't believe how deeply exclusionary of women this entire process is. It's solely filtered through the eyes of male attractiveness towards males. So odd. So odd. Someone said if looks maxing was about being attracted to women, they would be participating in hobbies to build character and not their avatar. Literally. Because that's the thing about... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna gender stereotype, and if you don't like it, let me know if I'm off about this one. I'm not attributing this to all women. I just have more commonly heard this from women. You can become attractive or unattractive to a woman completely divorced from your actual physical appearance, right? I don't think guys realize that this is true. It is possible to not be attractive to a woman, but then you do something, or I feel like I shouldn't be saying this because I'm generalizing super hard, but listen, I'm just going off experience. It's possible to not really be attractive to a woman, but then you say, do, or exhibit something that then she may be like, oh, whoa, it happens. Similarly, it is also possible to be physically attractive, to a woman, and then you may say do or exhibit something and she's like and then she just literally doesn't see you that way anymore. Like, it's over. 0. You're worried about being like, am I a 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10? You can instantly become a 0 in the eyes of, I would honestly say, most women I've encountered. So really, you should stop worrying about the outside of you. Do you have good hygiene? Are you taking care of yourself? Do you have a basic idea of things that are flattering for you? Or are you just somebody who wants to feel good and comfortable? Do all of those things and then just be a good person and worry about the actual social things that are not going to get you demoted in the eyes of the people that you are apparently attracted to. You're going to get a lot further than trying to have Matt Bomer's eyes. It's so stupid, man. Someone said that was an accurate take. Thank you. Of course, it does not apply to all women because nothing applies to all women. That's the point. If there was one singular face that was the paragon of attractiveness, oh no guy would ever have a partner. No one would have ever actually been able to be with anybody. It's so silly. Someone said, I've gotten the ick from bad character a lot. Sometimes they straight up insult you or nag you and expect you to like them. Guys will literally do that because they think it works. And sadly, it can work on some people. Where they're like, they see that you're feeling good about yourself and they're like, oh, let me like make a weird comment about like, oh, that doesn't suit you. Or like the drink you ordered is stupid. Because what they're trying to see, honestly, is if you're somebody who will allow that. It's bad. It's the beginning of a very bad story. But yeah, guys will literally do that. This is how divorced they are from the idea of what actually works when talking to women who, I can't stress enough, are actually just people. At the end of the day, these are just human beings. And so you could put 100 of them in a room, and I promise you're going to have 100 different people. So don't worry about what women like. That's how I live. And what do you know? Well, I mean, I'm not exactly like running around, I suppose, with as many girls on my stream as Clavicular has. And yet I just feel a little more grounded. I feel like I have a bit better advice to offer your average man than Clavicular. That's just me. That's just me. Someone said compliment a woman's socks and see what happens. Bro, I swear to God, I'm a socks person. Because, like, that for me, I will usually wear... No, my clothes are ridiculous too. But even if my clothes are understated, I will always try to wear ridiculous socks to the best of my ability. And if I see them in the wild, it makes me happy. Anyways, that's all I've got for today. Actually, for this week. It's been a fantastic week. I don't know what it was about this week in particular. I think I've just been waiting to like settle back into the flow of everything because I had like taken that time off with the water damage thing. Mess. But yeah, I feel like this was the first week where I felt like I was really, really back. So thank you all so much for everything. Y'all are a good hang, you know? I don't know if anyone's ever told you that, but you're seriously a good hang. It's nice. We spend a lot of time on this stream. There's not many people I talk to for 12 hours a week, actually. So shout that out. Bye, everybody. All right.